Well, hi, thanks for watching. My name is Andy Norton, and this is a playthrough of the One Ring RPG. It's another playthrough. I did a playthrough about a week ago, and I got great responses. I got a lot of keep it up, do more, and so I wanted to bring another video and play another session and a full playthrough. I wanted to do a comprehensive playthrough of an adventure from Tales from the Lowlands, which is a campaign adventure book that has, I think, 6 different adventures that you can play either just one at a time. They're sort of standalone for the most part, but they all connect into one campaign. So I wanted to start a new campaign and do a single adventure, the first adventure from this book, with a new set of heroes, not using the pre-generated characters from the starter set. So if you're one of the several people who said, please finish the whole starter set playthrough, I'm so sorry, I'm not going to do that, at least in this video. I might do that at a later time, but I really wanted to not do pre-generated characters for this. I wanted to get into this book, which was just really exciting to me. And I had some great concepts around creating my own characters, creating my own company, and not just using those pre-gens from the starter set. So I might finish that out and do that whole starter set adventure at some point. But at this point, I wanted to begin something new. So I hope that you enjoy this. I think this is gonna be a pretty comprehensive playthrough. I haven't done it yet, so we'll see. But I was just making a few notes before I started of all the things that I think you're gonna see, and just from a mechanical standpoint. So if you've been interested in character creation, we're gonna create a character. I've created 3 of the 4 characters we're gonna be using, but I wanted to create a character basically from the ground up. Campaign prep. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about just reading the first short chapter of this book and sort of what you have to think of as you're looking at a full campaign and putting together a company of heroes. Solo play, obviously I'm playing by myself, but also full party dynamics. So as in the last video, I'm playing a solo playthrough, but I'm not using the Strider mode that they provide to play a single character solo. I'm using some of the same things from it. I'm using the telling table and the lore tables, etc. But I'm really, other than that, basically playing out as if I was both the lore master and 4 different characters. So you'll see sort of the full party dynamics and not just what's the unique things of the solo mode. You'll see a playthrough of a published adventure. I'm hoping to get through the entire first adventure from Tales from the Lowlands just in this video. Skill rolls, of course, you'll see what that's like to make basic skill rolls. Skill endeavors as well as councils. We'll hopefully do at least one of those. I don't know that we'll do both. They're very similar in a lot of ways. Councils are essentially a slightly more orchestrated skill endeavor in large part. Combat, of course, we'll get to, hopefully a combat, and hopefully we won't die in that combat if we get to it. Journeys, we'll do a journey. You'll see how all the mechanics of that work. The telling table, which is a solo tool for basically, you can basically ask the type of questions that you might ask a lore master, and it will give you a yes or no answer. And we'll show you how that works. Lore tables, which are helpful for generating semi-random elements that you can use to help you craft the story and have ideas for what events are going on or what sort of missions or what is even being discussed. Shadow mechanics, I think we'll get to some of that if some of the players have to potentially take shadow or make checks to not take shadow or to reduce the amount of shadow they take. Hoards and marvelous items. Again, if we survive to the end of the adventure, I'm quite confident that we'll find a hoard, and I have a special plan where there will be a marvelous item one way or another, and you'll see how I think I have a clever way to make that happen. And then finally, a fellowship phase, which is something I've really never done. So that will be something that will be fun to dive into. Actually, the Hoards, similarly, I've read through the Hoards section, but I've never made my own marvelous items. So these will be fun to kind of read through and work through those together with you on camera. So yeah, I think we're going to cover a lot. Like, there's a lot of great videos out there that are playthroughs. There's a lot of videos that go through the overall mechanics of the game. There are lots of videos that will take one piece of the game and go through that in detail. But I think this is interesting that I think in this one video, we're going to cover just about all of the core mechanical pieces of the One Ring RPG. So I'm excited about that. I think it'll be really cool, and I think you'll get a lot out of it, especially if you are just checking it out or you have the books, but you haven't actually played it yet. I think you'll get a lot of clarity and ideas from it. And please, if you have more clarity than I do on rules and such, don't hesitate to let me know where I'm wrong, and I'd love to be corrected. So there we go. That is my little introduction there for now. Again, I have this new book, The One Ring Tales from the Lone Lands, and I opened it up, and this is sort of my intro to the campaign preparation, and I decided to just read through the introduction. There's a whole introduction section here, and there was an overview of sort of what's going on here. There's this Hill of Fear, there's the Lone Lands of Eriador, there's dreams of this powerful Hill of Fear that will be introduced later on. And then really the only other piece in here is just that there is a heroic lineage. And so the idea being that one of the heroes in the company is going to have a heroic lineage. They're going to be someone who has an ancestor who will play a larger part in the later adventures. I don't think that it will be even referenced in the first adventure, but one of our heroes is going to have an ancestor who will come more into play later. So I've chosen, it suggests that a ranger could be one of the best options, but it could be, there's reasons it could be anyone else. And I'm planning on the ranger in the party will probably be the one who has an ancestor. And I was just thinking right here, there's this Tyrandus, the Knight of Arnor, who I believe could be a ranger's ancestor. And so I'm just going to, for now, my default is to go with this ancestor for that character. And if I do a future video with future adventures, which I think I would like to do, if I do that, then I'll, at that point, confirm whether or not this is really the ancestor that we'll be going with. But for now, at least, I'm definitely going to say that this ranger that we're going to create in just a moment, we're actually going to create that character, is going to have Tyrandus, the Knight of Arnor, as his ancestor. She was elven fair. She was a great knight of Tyrandus, and she fought against the king of Angmar, but her star fell in the north. And there's rumors that she'll come back when she's needed. So that's the ancestor that I'm going to go with. So that was sort of all the campaign prep here that they give you. It says a fellowship, not a backup crew. And it just sort of says, even though one of the heroes is going to have this ancestor, it's not like everyone else is sort of secondary characters. They're all meaningful. It's a full fellowship. And so don't make the one who has the ancestor somehow the main character or whatever, or like the only main character, I should say. And so with that, really, as far as campaign prep, as I was mowing the lawn last week, I was thinking about a company and sort of how could I put together a full fellowship for this? It said a fellowship, not a backup crew. And how could I build a fellowship around this ranger? And the idea that came to me, sort of the phrase that came to me was the Outsiders. The Outsiders. And I don't know if that will be the company name exactly, or maybe that's a name that they might take on later. I don't think it'll be their name right now, but really the Outsiders. And it's sort of, I wouldn't say necessarily it's like a Marvel's Thunderbolts exactly, but the idea I had was, what if each of these characters had really a defining trait, not necessarily in game terms, but a defining trait for them and a defining trait for the company as a whole, was that each of them has something about their personality or especially their desires in their personality that is contrary or subversive to what you would expect from someone from their culture. So for example, I'll just start going through some of the characters that we have already created. So I have a elf, a dwarf, a ranger who has not been created yet, and a hobbit of the Shire. So I think the first one that came to my mind was this one, Reginard, Goodbody, and it's a hobbit. And the idea that I had was, what if there was a hobbit who didn't like drinking? Oh, he liked drinking, I should say. He liked drinking tea, which I have a cup of tea here, and I'll be sipping on that as we play. But he only likes drinking tea. He's obsessed with tea, and he's basically a teetotaler. He does not drink alcohol. I don't know. Maybe we'll discover sort of why he does. But at its core, the thing is, he just is not desirous of going out and drinking alcohol and pub songs and singing of the Green Dragon's beer. That's just not him, and it's very, very unlike almost every other hobbit in the Shire. And along with that, he has other things like he's really, really inquisitive, which is not unique to him necessarily, but it's pretty unusual for a hobbit. He's inquisitive, he's eager, and he actually has a desire to protect the Shire from in the free world from the shadow, and actually has a desire to learn shadow lore. And so I realized that for him, a good calling would be warden, which gives him this distinctive feature of shadow lore. So he's eager, he's inquisitive, he's got shadow lore, he's trained with a sword, he's a pretty well-rounded adventurer, but he loves to drink tea. I'm imagining his look and his aesthetic is almost a little maybe Harry Potter-ish. Like, he's got glasses, he's got ruffled hair, and he's sort of bookish. So that's the idea. He's bookish, he drinks tea, but he also has this edge of he actually can handle himself with a sword, and he's actually very strong for a hobbit as well. So that is Reginard Goodbody. And then for the dwarf, the idea I had was, what if there was a dwarf who didn't love gold, who was not obsessed with the next treasure, and wouldn't really sing about in dungeons deep, in caverns old, that he must away to seek forgotten gold. That is not what defines him. He actually is drawn to living things, growing things, small creatures and plants and animals. And that is what he is drawn to. And he has this very naturalistic and less sort of cold stone feeling to him. He's almost like, imagine him having little threads of vine growing in his beard, and maybe there's actually creatures, popping in and out of his beard. I guess almost like Radagast in The Hobbit, but I hated that. I hated how they portrayed Radagast there. But he's got this sort of natural look to him, and he's got this peaceful, contemplative sense to him, and he is not obsessed with gold. In fact, he has this calling of being a messenger across the earth, bringing a message of peace and of love for creatures and for growing things, and wandering around the world, encountering these things and tending to them. And so he's fierce. He's so fierce, and he's wary, and he can be intense in that way. But I would say he's intense for sure, and he is knowledgeable of folklore, and that is him. He's great with an axe. He's got a grievous great axe, which does a bunch of damage, and I just thought that was really cool. He's still a dwarf. He's still a dwarf in so many ways, but he's got this. He doesn't love gold. Then you got Lôrwend, who I think is so cool. So Lôrwend, she is different from most elves, because she does not dream of going west. She doesn't feel drawn to the west. The long defeat does not draw her to the sea. It draws her to want to go deeper and darker into the woods, into the darker woods of Middle-earth. And so she's sort of less ethereal than most elves. She's more grounded and earthy and dark. She's got this dark aesthetic of dark hair, and I'm imagining maybe piercing blue eyes, and just a dark dark, maybe satin exterior, you know, aesthetic to her clothing. And her calling is in fact treasure hunter. She is drawn to she's almost more like a dwarf in some ways. She's drawn to beautiful, dark things like jewels and other hidden treasures in Middle-earth. And so she has no desire to go west, and she would rather fade away in Middle-earth, continuing to seek out its dark, mysterious rubies and diamonds and treasures. And so that is Lôrwend. And I think that's so cool. So her distinctive features include subtle, keen-eyed, burglary, and yeah, she's pretty good with a bow. She's probably the worst at combat on the team, but she's got some really great strength and wits skills. So I think she'll be very skillful and helpful in that way. So that is Lôrwend. And so then finally, blank sheet right here. Although I will right now write down his name. So I looked through the names available to the Rangers of the North, and I thought that Amlaith sounded like a really cool name. I just like that name. So we're gonna give him the name right now, Amlaith, and this is a Ranger of the North. This is the one that's going to have that ancestor who we said, let's see what the name of that was, Tyrandus? I think it's Tyrandus. I'll just double check it. It's like in the first 2 pages. Tyrandus, the Knight of Arnor. So here we go. So history, I'm just going to put right here, ancestor is Tyrandus. And again, we haven't committed to Amlaith necessarily being the heir, or Tyrandus necessarily being like the ancestor. That goes into the story later, but I think we will. And Tyrandus is who that could be. So a Ranger of the North, and the character concept for Amlaith is that unlike virtually every other Ranger you would meet, Amlaith is very open-hearted, very much wants to believe in the best in people, and is very warm-hearted and open, and doesn't like to travel alone. he's very much a people person, and yeah, sort of an ENFP if he was Myers-Briggs, right? And he really, that's kind of my personality too, but he really wants to believe in the best in people. He wants to be open with people. And so he's not really secretive like most Rangers are. And he's trusting to a fault. Trusting to a fault is basically one of the big ideas there. He's trusting to a fault rather than being suspicious of others and not opening to others. So that is Amlaith, and we're going to go through character creation, which is going to be, I think you'll see, if you've never done it, it's actually remarkably easy to do. So let's create this character. So first kind of thing we're doing here, to do character creation, you have a character sheet like this, which you can print out from Free League's website for free. And then you take the book, and we'll find character creation in the index, which is going to be, let's see, adventurers, your characters. Here we go, page 27 or 28. Here we go for character creation. Here we are. So what you do, this describes what you'll do. You will choose a heroic culture, and you'll record the different things that come from that, from basically everything that comes from the culture. And then you'll choose a calling. You'll spend extra experience points. You'll choose your starting gear, and then you'll record valor and wisdom and choose a reward and virtue. So first of all, heroic cultures, and a lot of things will come right from here, from heroic cultures. It's really easy because you just keep moving forward in the section of the character creation. So move forward past the 5 other cultures to Rangers of the North is what we're choosing for Amlaith. So we have Rangers of the North, and let's see. So first of all, we'll write down that as his heroic culture. So Rangers of the North. We could give him an age right now. Let's say 62. I don't think that's a crazy number. I think that means that he's maybe closer to like 40 in normal for like a human of our age, I think, approximately. I'm sure someone can check my math on that. I don't have any math equation going on there, but I think Aragorn was like, wasn't he, am I crazy, or was he like 80 something in the Lord of the Rings? I think he was. And of course he looked like he was maybe 45. He looked like he was like 45, 50. I don't know. But he's probably in his like 30s or maybe 40 is how he kind of correlates to a normal human. Then we have cultural blessings. So for the Dunedain, their cultural blessing is Kings of Men. It says that some say that the lordship of the folk of Arnor is a thing of the past, yet the Rangers of the North have inherited the sinews of those men who wrested the ring from the burning hand of Sauron. Add 1 point to one attribute of your choice. Dang. Okay, so that's Kings of Men, and that's really cool. I think that we will go ahead and give that to his strength. So we'll remember to add that. I'll put a little like dash there. We'll add that to his strength attribute once we've calculated his strength attribute normally. And then he also has Allegiance of the Dunedain. The Rangers are devoted to fighting Sauron and his minions by an ancient tradition of war and strife. This obligation makes it harder for them to put their spirit at ease, even when enjoying a respite from adventuring. During the fellowship phase, not Yule, you recover a maximum number of hope points equal to half your heart score, rounding up. Cool. We'll see if we can remember that. But that's a fellowship phase thing for him. So Allegiance of the Dunedain. I think we can still put it right here. I don't know if it's... Most of these have technically what's more of like a blessing, and then what's typically more of a, whatever you would call that, oh gosh, the word's slipping my mind right now. Not a compromise, but something that is not for the best, not positive. Allegiance of the Dunedain. There we go. And then standard of living for all the Rangers, the basic standard would be frugal. So we'll see how that impacts him later, but he is frugal. And then he chooses from these attributes. So what you can do is you can either choose one set of attributes. So, it's an even spread for all of these: strength, heart, and wits. We could just roll a die, but I have an idea in mind of, I want him to be this last one, 662, which is going to give him not his highest strength, but close to it. He's going to give him highest heart, which I feel like works with the character concept that we've come up with of him being very open-hearted, him being really a man full of heart. And then wits of 2. So he's not the most witty. He's not stupid, but he's definitely that's not his strong point. His heart, it overcomes his wits, if as it were. So he'll be 662, and we're gonna apply right now that extra attribute to strength from Kings of Men. Unless we want to do it to heart, we could do it to heart and just go hard. Let's do it. Let's be crazy. I'm gonna regret this every time I roll in combat and I'm one off from the target value. No, it's fine. Okay, 6 and 7. So we're actually gonna do Kings of Men is gonna be heart. And so what you do there, once you've put those attributes out, it actually sets the target number. So you'll take 20 minus the attribute. So if the attribute rating for strength is 6, 20 minus 6 is 14. And this is setting the target number for all of these skills, as well as combat proficiencies uses strength. And so this will be the normal target number whenever you're doing any of those skills. And so likewise, 13 for heart, all of these skills will go to that. And then 18 for wits, which is pretty brutal. That is really, really rough. He really won't be able to succeed at wits skill tests unless he has, I would say, at least 2 success dice is typically how it's going to go, which is fine. but that's just how we'll play him. So that is his attributes. So the next thing you have here is derived stats. So for every culture, you'll have a different, you'll do strength plus a different number. So for the Rangers, it's strength plus 20. For endurance, so endurance is going to be 26 for both his max and his current, because it says 20 plus his strength rating of 6. And then for hope, it says heart plus 6. So here I've got heart of 7 plus 6 is going to be 13 for max and for current. And then finally, parry is going to be wits plus 14. So he's got a parry of 16, which is not the strongest, but that's okay. This is okay. I'm not regretting this. All right, so then we have skills. So it says copy over the listed skills and then choose two of the underlined ones, or choose one of the two underlined ones and mark it as favored. So it says awe is 1. That means that we have 1 rank in awe. Athletics will have 2 ranks. Awareness will also have 2 ranks. Hunting will have 2 ranks. Song and craft have 0 ranks. And Hearten has 0. Travel has 2. There we go. Insight 0. Healing 2. Hands of the healer, right? Hands of the king are the hands of the healer. Courtesy of 0, and then battle of 2. And all of these skills that we just marked, those are going to be the most relevant ones, because these are his best stats, and these skills will help him to really succeed at all those. So athletics, awareness, hunting, travel, healing, battle, those will all be great. He does have 0 persuade, 2 stealth. So with 2 dice, stealth is not impossible. He's got 1 scan, which probably won't do much. 2 explore, again, not impossible. It's just that you have to remember this, not really just about your skill rank, it's about also that target number. And 18 is considerably more than, say, 13 or 14. 0 in riddle, and finally 2 in lore. And one nice thing about lore is that I believe, I checked this out earlier, and I think that, let's see, do I want hunting? So it says hunting or lore are the skills that I can do. I would want to do hunting because he I think is going to have to be the hunter in the party, but I think I'm going to do lore only because I've already looked ahead at the callings, and the calling that I want to do, actually hunting is one of the choices as well. So I want to do hunting there. So we got lore is going to be a favored skill. It said choose hunting or choose lore, because those are the 2 underlined. Favored means that instead of rolling 1 feat die, you roll 2 feat dice and choose the better one, which is very cool. So that's his skills. Then there's combat proficiencies. So here it says choose spears or swords and give 2 ranks there. We're going to do swords because, of course, that's just way cooler than a spear, I think. And then choose 1 other combat proficiency, which we'll probably do, I would think bows. So we'll do bows for his other combat proficiency. And then distinctive features. So it says choose 2 of these among those listed: bold, honorable, secretive, stern, subtle, swift, tall, and true-hearted. So for sure, true-hearted, right? I feel like that's definitely characteristic of him. And for the other one, let's see, bold, honorable, secretive, stern, subtle, swift, tall. I think swift, actually. Swift and true-hearted. Let's do that for his distinctive features, because I think he is like quick to make a decision, quick to act, before thinking, right? He moves with his heart more than his brain. He doesn't wait to think. he acts with heart. There we go. Swift and true-hearted. And there we go. And then the whole party has a patron of Gandalf the Grey is our patron, which is very cool. And so as a company, we were able to choose from like 6 different patrons, and we chose Gandalf. So Gandalf the Grey. And then, of course, you learn about the languages and typical names. So he knows Western, he knows some Sindarin Elven tongue, and here are the names. So I already chose Amlaith, which I just thought was a really cool sounding name. So that's his name, and that is his culture. So we did culture. So let me move forward and we choose calling. So for calling, what we do here is choose one of the 6 different callings. We've already got in our party a messenger, a treasure hunter, and a warden. And so our choices we could do, I think, the same one as someone else, but of course we don't want to do that. We want to do either captain, champion, or scholar. And I was thinking that we'd do champion. So champion, it says you deem that there is but one way to oppose the return of the shadow, and that it is to conquer it by strength of arms. You are recognized as a warrior among your folk, a valiant fighter, onward into battle. For you, the road to adventure leads straight to wherever your foes prowl or hide. And we choose 2 favorite skills. So we have athletics, awe, and hunting. So choose 2 of those and mark them as favored. So as I said, I knew we'd be able to get hunting from this. So we'll do hunting as one of those 2. And then we want athletics, not awe, because I just think that fits better with his very like hands-on, swift to act with true heart and true intention. That's him. We gain another distinctive feature, which here will be enemy lore. So enemy lore, slightly different than shadow lore. This is more about knowing about enemies, their strengths and weaknesses and habits and all of that. Let's see. You must select, I didn't notice that. You must select the type of enemies it applies to. Whoa. So choosing from evil men, orcs, spiders, trolls, wargs, and undead. That is crazy. I'm gonna choose, I think, man, I kind of want to do spiders because I really want to go find some spiders. But I think undead. I think undead works from I'm gonna put this sort of in parentheses right here. Or I'll put it with an arrow. Undead. And parentheses. We'll do both. Parentheses, a little arrow. Undead. I think that works thematically for me because he's a very lively person. He's full of life, and so it's sort of this contrary thing that he's actually also studied the undead and has a knowledge of them. He's sort of disturbed by the undead and has learned a lot about habits, strengths, weaknesses, etc. of them. So I'm gonna have a sip of my tea, and I actually have a little thermos to add to it. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna do that as I chat. So the other piece you get from a calling is Shadow Path. It says Curse of Vengeance. Individuals who live by the sword are ever tempted to draw it, either literally or figuratively. So you could see him being drawn to vengeance if someone who was maybe weak, especially who he cared for, was hurt. So he's got Curse of Vengeance. Sorry, I should choose right here. Champion is his calling. And then Curse of Vengeance for his Shadow Path. So Shadow Paths are very interesting. They basically outline the flaws that you would pick up along your path of sort of falling to the dark side, for lack of a better phrase. And so on this note, I'm actually going to jump out of here in a way that you don't necessarily have to do this during character creation, but I'm going to jump back to the Lore Master section where it actually says some things about Shadow Path a little bit more in detail. And I did this for the other three characters, I should say. Yeah, here we go. So the other three characters, whoops, no, that's right. Where is this? There's the Eye of Mordor, Treasure, should be right around here. Should be a Shadow. Think about Shadow. Come on, where is this? What I wanted to add was basically what is the flaw that he would most likely take on? These are adversaries. Did I go past the Lore Master section, or is that, where is this? Here's the world. That's something else. You know what? I'm gonna jump to the front. I was too confident that I knew where this was. The Lore Master, Eye Awareness. Wasn't it right there? Where is this? No, it's way earlier in the Lore Master section. It's right here. The Shadow, 136. Oh, interesting. So the whole adversaries section is part of the Lore Master section. That was what I was confused about. So Shadow Points is right before that. So page 136. Here we go. So there's a whole thing on the Shadow and what happens here. What I wrote down on the other three character sheets, I'm going to do here as well, is so for the Shadow Path of Curse of Vengeance, the first flaw that you would gain if you went down this path would be spiteful. So I'm going to put that in parentheses right here. And so what would happen is that if he was to be so overwhelmed with the Shadow to a point where he went through a bout of madness and then took on this new flaw and reset his Shadow points, then that flaw would get added here. So I would erase this, put spiteful here, and then I'd put down the next one, which would be brutal, would be the next kind of upcoming flaw. And I wanted to write that down just because I thought that would help me to keep in mind where these characters could be going as characters, as sort of the flaw that is at their doorstep, right? That could be pressing in as the next flaw, as this terrible flaw that could overcome them. So for example, there's spiteful for him, and for Lôrwend it was grasping, for Frerin it was idle, and for Reginard it's troubled. And I thought that would just help me because then, with Reginard, I could see that if the Shadow is affecting him, that's how it's going to feel, is that he's actually troubled by it. Like that's the emotions he's going through. That's the thing that's going on. Or for Lôrwend, if she's troubled by the Shadow, or she's affected by the Shadow, she could be becoming just a little bit more grasping, a little bit more greedy, and a little bit more, suffering from this dragon sickness, which obviously the name can also help out with. In Frerin, idleness. So he could be drawn to idleness as he's falling closer to the Shadow. So I thought that would help role play it even before the flaw is actually overtaking them. So for him, it could be spiteful, which is, I think that's very interesting, that Amlaith, who's this very open-hearted, true-hearted, committed, swift to act, swift to move, and swift to really to love and to care and to protect. But this curse of vengeance, it really could, all of that could turn sour, and he could gain this spitefulness as part of his characterization, which that's like sad and scary, but it's true, right? Like that can happen to people. So that is cool. So that is that part. So jumping back to character creation, again, normally you wouldn't step out of character creation like that, but I just thought that would be helpful for me, especially for me as I'm trying to roleplay 4 different characters. So here we go. That is callings. And now we move on to previous experience. So each character gets to spend points to gain more skills or combat proficiencies. And the way it works is that combat proficiencies cost more than skills. So for example, I'm quite confident he needs to be better at swords. So he needs to go from 2 to 3. We're definitely going to do that. And this says that to go from 2 to 3 costs 6 points. You have 10 points to spend here. So that's 6 of his 10 already gone. So 6 points gone. He's got 4 more points that he could spend on skills. And what I was thinking was just even going off of some thematic things, but like for example, in Hearten, I really want him to gain at least a single rank in Hearten. But I was also thinking courtesy and insight. And the cool thing about that is even though all those have just one dice, this is a very low target number. So it's quite conceivable that even with just one dice added, that you could get, you know, a 10 and a 3 and still, here we go. I have no, yeah, there we go. A 10 and a 3 would still hit it, or a 9 and a 4, or an 8 and a 5, or a 7 and a 6. 13's very doable for, I think, a single dice, especially if you can add one more with, you know, hope or something. But that I thought would be cool for all those skills. And then also one in song. Not because I think he'll necessarily do too much song tests, but I just thought that worked thematically for him. So those are his skills. That's literally how you spend all the XP there. It costs 1 point to gain a single. It costs 2 points to gain a second rank, 3 points to gain a third rank. So I wanted to just get a piece of those various skills, and then a lot of the experience was spent on swords. So that is previous XP. And then we have starting gear. And it's very interesting. In the starting gear, you can basically take whatever you can carry, whatever you want to carry. And so, or I should say, the two things are, you know, your cultural, your culture may limit you a little bit if you're smaller, like a hobbit, and also, or it may give you more options, depending. I think the dwarves might have some limited options, but more options. Because also your standard of living can affect what you have access to a little bit. But otherwise, like, you don't have to spend money to get this stuff. The key is you want to travel light, because anything you carry is going to add to your load, which is going to make, which is going to go basically against your endurance and make it easier for you to become weary. And so I can't believe I just said wary instead of weary. I guess that's on these sheets. That's another thing. Anyways, weary. We don't want to become weary, and so we don't want to carry too many things. So what I was thinking was, of course, he's got swords. He needs a sword. So let's just give him a sword, not even a long sword. Let's just give him a sword. So this is going to be a sword, and it says that a sword has damage of 4. So if we successfully hit someone, it will deal 4 damage. It has an injury rating of 16, which means that if we deal someone a piercing blow, they have to make a protection roll and hit 16 to not take a wound, which will kill a lot of things. It has a load of just 2, so that's nice. And so we got swords. What else do we have? I think that we maybe want just some kind of, you know, let me think. I think that we want to give him just like a leather corselet or a leather shirt. Let's give him a leather corselet. So a leather corselet, write that down. That is going to be load of 6, which is not great, but that's okay. So load of 6, but the protection it adds is 2D, which means I think we'll just put down 2D right here. Yeah, I've got base of 16 parry, total of 16 parry. So what these things mean is 16 is what bad guys have to hit to hit us, and 2D is what we'll roll. So we'll roll a feat die and then 2 extra dice if we're rolling to try and, oh, there we go. It's a Gandalf symbol, which would be an automatic success. If we're trying to not get wounded by someone, if they're having a piercing blow on us. So that's what that armor does for us. And so that's going to be basically a total load of just 9. So 6 plus 8. So 6 plus 2 is going to be 8 load. So you can kind of think of that as like 26 minus 8 is 18. So, I mean, another way to look at it is just as soon as we get down to 8 endurance, then we'll be weary. So that's how that goes. Or 8 plus whatever fatigue we have. So that is our gear. We also, of course, everyone has traveling gear, which we don't have to write down because it's right here. But what we also have is useful items. If you're frugal, you just get, as you know, rangers are frugal, you just get one item. But useful items, it gives you an example of various useful items here, like a knife for skinning rabbits, a coil of rope with grappling hook to climb, a windproof lantern, all these different things, and the skill that they're most likely going to help you with. Because what they do is that a useful item, if a player is making a roll outside of combat using a skill associated with a useful item, and the lore master deems that this should grant the hero an advantage, the player hero gains a die. Only one item can benefit the same die roll. And so what I was thinking was a set of hunting lures and bird whistles. So it's kind of all one piece, but for hunting, it's basically like a hunting set, right? So I'll write it down though. So hunting lures and bird whistles. Yeah, so this helps him with hunting. So I'll write that down in parentheses, hunting. So he should be able to use this to get an extra dice. So this is really powerful. This is almost like an extra just free skill rank, because I don't think there is a limit to how many times you can use that in the adventuring phase. Maybe you have to make a thematic case for it every single time that you're going to use it. But, you know, if you're just doing basic hunting, I would assume that you could justify using those things for hunting for animals, that sort of hunting. Now, if you're hunting someone's trail, I don't know if you actually could use those for that. So that's interesting. I really, really like the useful items because they feel like such a fun, like a very kind of cold, hard mechanical advantage. But how you write them out, how you apply them is totally up to you and very, very thematic to however you want it to be. So that is the useful items. And then what we've got, we're frugal, so we don't get any horse. That's okay. No pack animals for us. And then I think it's finally just starting reward and virtue. So everyone starts with just one valor, one wisdom. Whenever you gain a valor, you get a reward. Whenever you get a wisdom, you get a virtue. And so here we have to start from a starting reward and a starting virtue, but there are also cultural virtues that we can get in the future as we're developing our characters. But the ones that I had in mind was for the starting virtues, you can like raise different things like your hope or your endurance, your parry rating, etc. But what I was thinking was mastery. I think mastery. Oh, shoot. Prowess would be awesome too. Prowess would be interesting to drop that 13 in heart down to a 12. Could be really fun. But no, I want to do mastery. So we're going to do mastery as the virtue. And what it says for mastery is basically choose 2 skills and make them favored. So the ones I'd had in mind, I think had been, let me think. I think battle. So he's actually really talented. It's a favorite skill for him is battle tactics, but also enhearten. So I wanted him to be good at enheartening people. And it's really, I thought that really, really was important just from a thematic standpoint. Again, this is him. That's how he should be acting, is that he's enheartening people. That's a way he's like an encourager. And so enhearten has to be favored there. So that's mastery. And then rewards, what rewards are is basically turning an item that you own into a really special item, like a powerful weapon of old, or a special weapon. So we could even name the weapon if we wanted to. But I was thinking, what do I want to do here? I think I want to do fell. So fell says choose a weapon, raise the injury rating of a weapon by 2. So what we're gonna do is for the reward is we'll write down fell, and we'll put the fell here as well, just to note that that's what is fell. And so it is now an injury rating of 18. So I'll say raised injury. So I just know, that way I don't have to remember what does fell do? It already raised this stat to 18. So when we do get a piercing blow it'll be harder for enemies to avoid gaining a wound and potentially being killed. So that is character creation. And so the only other things to do here would be that for each of them, I wrote down guide, lookout, scout, and for him, I'm going to write down hunter. If you don't know how journeys work, I just thought I'd write down here so I can easily remember. Again, trying to manage 4 different characters. Write down what role he'll typically be playing when the company is journeying. He's going to be the hunter. So I'll write that down. And one thing I haven't written down for anyone is fellowship focus. But I guess we can get to that in 1 second because we should probably close out the last things. This says the company. So there's a few things we have to do for the creation of a company. So we chose our patron already. So let's choose a patron. That's Gandalf the Grey. Choose a safe haven, which for now, we're just going to stick with Bree as a default. But we could get a new safe haven at some point. We're not drastically tied to that. We're going to determine the company's fellowship rating and then choose fellowship focuses. So fellowship rating, this says that the starting fellowship score of the company is equal to the number of player heroes in the group. This value can be augmented by a number of virtues or cultural blessings and by a bonus associated with the company's patron. So Gandalf, for example, says +2 fellowship points. Boom. So for him, that means that we'll go from it would be 4, it's going to be 6 fellowship points. So for fellowship points, I'm going to track those on just one of the characters. I'm going to track that on Reginard Goodbody, which I'll tell you why in a moment. But I again, managing multiple characters, I'm just going to track fellowship points on one character. Normally, as soon as a fellowship point is used, everyone has to erase it and on their own sheet and make sure that they're tracking fellowship points. Because fellowship points can be spent by anyone. Player heroes can spend points of fellowship to recover points of hope when resting. And there's also other abilities that can be spent on. Like Gandalf says, you can also spend fellowship to make a shadow test favored. So he allows shadow test to get favored if you spend fellowship, but we also can spend fellowship to gain hope. So that's actually really cool that he allows that. So that's the fellowship. And then lastly, the fellowship focus. So you'll see later with the skill tests that one of the things you can do is you can spend a hope to gain a success die. But you could also support somebody. So for example, if Reginard has stealth and Frerin has to make a stealth check, and Frerin's not very good at it, Reginard can help him out because he has a rank in stealth. He can spend a hope to give Frerin a success die. But Frerin was Reginard's fellowship focus. That spending of hope would actually give him 2 success dice. And so that's what fellowship focus is. And at least for now, I think you can change your fellowship. Yeah, you're allowed to change your fellowship focus later. But what I was thinking was that it made sense to me that Frerin would be focused on, I'll probably say FF. I'll say fellowship focus, so FF is going to be Reginard. And I thought that made sense to me because Reginard's homely, folksy background in the Shire would draw Frerin, because Frerin would be very, very interested in all of the growing things and creatures and so on in the Shire. And it would just be drawn to this small living creature, which is Reginard. So Frerin is most interested in supporting Reginard. Then I thought that Reginard, in turn, would be most drawn to supporting, I think it was, let's see, Reginard. Reginard. How did I have this? I think Reginard was drawn to supporting Amlaith, Amlaith supporting Lôrwend, Lôrwend supporting Frerin, and I'll go into that. Oh, yeah, that's right. So, because Reginard wants to support Amlaith because Reginard sort of not idolizes Amlaith, but is definitely drawn to Amlaith as sort of a captain, a leader, someone who has been around the world and who knows more shadow lore that Reginard could learn. So that's why Reginard's drawn to Amlaith. Amlaith is drawn to Lôrwend as sort of not like a project exactly, but Amlaith wants to believe in the good and like the inherent call towards goodness that each person has, even if they're not living up to that they each have a call to that. And he sees that in Lôrwend. He thinks that Lôrwend has that in her, even if she doesn't like really believe that herself. So he wants to support Lôrwend, is the idea there. Sort of feels a particular call to support her. And then Lôrwend, her focus is going to be Frerin. And so the idea with this was that, of course, Lôrwend actually has more desires and draws like a typical dwarf, where she's drawn to treasure. She's a treasure hunter. And so she's actually drawn to the knowledge that Frerin does have of the dwarven kingdoms and their halls of stone and their buried hoards. And so she's really drawn to learn from him. She loves his aesthetic. She loves like the dwarven, kind of crystalline, I think that's what you call it, the angular shapes and such. She loves that. And so she's drawn to Frerin and supporting him. So yeah, so I thought that sort of, that kind of ring around the rosy sort of gave the whole company a really well supported dynamic. And that is the company. I think the company is set up and good to go. And so with that, I think we can move on to some stuff. I should probably take a sip of my tea and we'll go from there. But that, I believe, should be it. Yeah. All right, so that is the setting up of the company, and we created that final character. So now we're going to move on to the adventure. So we've already read through this first, or at least I already read through this first few pages. We're going to go through this whole first chapter and play out the game. So chapter 1, a troll hole if ever there was one. They searched about and soon found the marks of trolls' stony boots going away through the trees. They followed the tracks up the hill until, hidden by bushes, they came on a big door of stone leading to a cave. I love this art. It really freaks me out. This is a troll, and as you'll see later, she actually has the ability to hold her breath and live under the water and hide under the water and disturb people above if they come across. So that just really freaked me out. It's Nellie Longarms. We will definitely get to know her. But I thought this art was just really stunning and scary. So very haunting. So this is the first little adventure. So, all right. I'm not sure how much I'll read of each piece here, but really what's going to happen, I'll sort of only summarize what I need to. I've read through this chapter and I think I have a decent hang of what all will be going on. But basically, we're going to have part 1 by the sign of the prancing pony. The fire is warm, the beer frothy, and the worthies of Bree have gathered in the common room of the pony to sing songs and make merry. And on this night, there are 2 or 3 groups of strangers, as well as the locals, a pair of dwarves, a trio of strangers from over the mountains, and the player heroes. So we are here in the Prancing Pony, and we've been gathered. I'm thinking, we've really, this is just maybe our first time really being fully gathered together. We've been gathered by Gandalf the Grey, who is our shared patron, and he really had this sense that each of us, sort of not an outcast from our people, but really had a piece of us that was so contrary to our culture that he thought we all made together a really dynamic, interesting team of sort of outsiders, sort of people, not outcasts really, but sort of outsiders. And so in his mind, he thinks of us as the outsiders, but I don't think we've given ourselves that name yet. And that's his reason for bringing us together. And we all know that we've been brought together and asked by Gandalf to basically keep alert for any trouble in the area and take the first chance at having an adventure together and solving someone's problem and doing something good, even if it seems maybe a little bit suspect or that the people involved are not entirely worthy. Anything you do is better than nothing, is sort of what he said. And he might come to regret saying that. But his thought was, do something that's better than doing nothing. So if an opportunity comes across your way, I think you should take it, despite any misgivings you may have. So that's sort of what's going on here. And I thought to myself that there could be a couple things here going on as we start off. So first of all, I had in mind sort of setting the scene, imagining what all is going on here, and we're all sitting together having a drink. And we're sort of looking around at each other and talking and laughing and just taking note of, what was everyone drinking. So, of course, you have Reginard Goodbody, who, as we said, doesn't drink alcohol. He is not necessarily morally opposed to doing so. And in fact, on occasion, he may have a glass of wine, but he is not drawn to it in the way that most hobbits are. And he drinks tea. He loves tea. He's obsessed with teas. I really should have had one of his useful items have been like packets of tea, but maybe I'll change that at some point. So he's drinking his tea. And then, let's see, Frerin. I was thinking that Frerin was drinking sort of an herbal beer. So it's this like beer, but there's a lot of natural herbs, and it's sort of that the nearby city of maybe Archet has these famed herbal gardens, and that some of those herbs have really been used in this beer. And he's having an herbal beer, which fits with his love of growing things and herbs and all of this. Lôrwend, I'm imagining, is drinking just a very, very dark wine, and you're not quite sure if she even got it from the Prancing Pony itself, or if she actually snuck that from something of her own, like some side packet that she had of wine. It's this dark wine that just looks uncomfortable to drink. It doesn't look sweet in the slightest. It looks very dark and very bitter. And then Amlaith, I was imagining, was drinking just the most sort of basic ale that Butterbur himself has brewed, and he just wanted he went up to the bar and asked Butterbur, what is your sort of signature beer that I would be a fool if I walked away from here not having had this beer. And Butterbur just gave him like his most standard across the board crowd pleaser ale for him to drink. So that's what they're all drinking. And then the other thought I had before sort of the first, potentially adventurous things might happen was I thought I'd show you a use of the lore tables, and it would help for a bit of a role-playing or narrative piece that could be added. So I was thinking that, first, here are the lore tables. I wrote out all of the lore tables that you can find either in the Strider solo mode supplement or in the Moria Through the Doors of Durin supplement. You can find these lore tables that basically give a bunch of random words that you can use to guide you if you're trying to figure out like what's going on in this situation or what's their nature or these sorts of things. And what I was thinking was basically playing almost like a forward story with each of them. And they're sharing, maybe Amlaith was like, what's your greatest or most embarrassing injury you've ever had? And so each of them is sharing their greatest or most embarrassing injury. And Amlaith is like, I'll start. And so he starts to share. And so what I thought I'd do is here, it's very, very small text, but I'll just tell you what I'm rolling. So I'm rolling a feat die and a success die. So a Gandalf rune and a 1 on the success die means I go down to Gandalf rune, number 1. And the action is going to be believe. So I'll probably write this down here so I can remember their stories. So I'll use this as a backdrop, so I'm not writing on the book. So for Amlaith, his story is going to involve, it said, believe. So believe, sorry, I'm writing down a little bit sloppily there. Believe is his first word. That's sort of the action word. And then the aspect word is 2, 3. That means 2, 3, concealed. And then there's a focus word, which is going to be 2, 6. So focus word is fate. And then finally a feature word. Ooh, so Sauron eye and 6, which is going to be trap. Okay. So I'm imagining for him, he says, I'll start. So my greatest injury came about when I was actually, I was out practicing with my sword with my father, and he was just talking to me about how this was my destiny, this is my fate. I was meant to be a ranger of the north. I was meant to be a great swordsman, and was sort of speaking in great tones, and his father was just really laying out this whole vision of who he should be, and so really kind of speaking about his fate. And this was filling he was filling my head with this vision of who I was, who I needed to be, and I really believed him. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to do it now. I wanted to be that now, and I think I got ahead of myself, and I thought I need to go and cut something up right now. And so I went out into the forest, and I found the first tree I could find, and started chopping away at it with my sword, just chopping. And on the last chop, I swung through, cut the tree down, and the tree fell down like on top of me. And at the time, it felt like it was my whole world was ending. In reality, it was actually like a really small tree, a really thin, skinny tree, but it had a ton of foliage. And so it just came down and just completely covered me. I was absolutely like felt like I maybe died and gone to some limbo realm. I was completely concealed and trapped in this. I was really trapped under this these leaves, and I just started shouting and sort of crying out for my father, like, Dad, like, I need you, Dad. And I just remember my dad running and coming to find me, and he pulled the tree off of me, and I was really no worse for the wear, other than this tree, when it came down, just whipped across my face. And if you look close, sort of under my eyebrow, I've got this great big scar across my eyebrow, or underneath my brow. That is from that tree falling down on me when I was just a kid. And I think of it as my greatest scar. I've had other injuries, other scars, but for me, it's my greatest, because I just remember it and I associate it with how much my dad, how he ran to me, how he pulled it off, how he scooped me up and just gave me a great hug, and he just gave a great laugh and was so overjoyed that I wasn't truly hurt, that I just associate with his love for me. And Amlaith just slams his beer on the table, and all the party sort of smiles and takes a drink, and cheers to Amlaith for sharing his story first. So Amlaith shares his story, and then I'm imagining, let's see, I could roll on a 1, 2, it'd be Reginald, 3, 4, it'd be Lôrwend. Reginald. So Reginald, or Reggie, jumps in with his story. And so for Reginald, his story, let's see what his kind of 4 words are. So his gonna have 3, 2. So here we go. 3, 2 is gonna be deliver. This is Reginald. Here we go. And the verb action word is deliver. You get to see my worst writing. I can write a lot nicer when I'm not just scribbling quickly. But 2, 6. So this is going to be defended. So the aspect is defended. All right. Defended. And then the focus and feature are going to be I2 and 2-5. So I2 is going to be despair. And it's a lot of D words. And 2-5 is going to be debris. All D words. There we go. Excuse me. So deliver, defended, despair, debris. All right. So imagining Reginald says, well, for me, it was one night I realized I was reading late into the day, and every time I was reading, I remember my mother calling out to me and saying, Reggie, you need to return the book. You need to return the book to the great library. It's due today. It is due. You need to get it back there before it closes. And I kept on saying, yes, mother, but I did not do it. I was just so engrossed in this tale I was reading. It was a tale of despair and defense and great battles, and I was just completely mesmerized until suddenly I realized, I looked up from my book as I finished it and realized it was growing dark. The day was closing, and I needed to deliver this book back to the library. So I started running down the hill, full speed, and I ran all the way through the town and was just turning the corner, and in sight of the library, I was sure I was going to get there in time, and I tripped on a fallen stone that had come off of a building recently, and someone had kicked it out into the street. And I just didn't see it in this, in the darkness of the falling light. Tripped over it and just went sprawling on the ground and absolutely skinned up my hands and my arms. And if you look at my arms, I've still got these some scars. I think I can still see the scars, but I actually partially broke my hand just from the fall there. And luckily I was able to pick myself up and sort of stumble the last few steps forward and deliver the book into the hands of old Toby Man, the librarian, and delivered it. But I was definitely the worst for it for several weeks after, with this sort of sprained, half broken hand, and that was my greatest injury. And everyone cheers to Reginald. All right, and then we've got next up. I would say it would be we'll say Frerin on a 1, 2, 3. Frerin. So Frerin goes next. So Frerin, his story, he sort of looks very solemn and thinks back to some of his many days of adventuring, and he thinks of defending himself. This is the verb word. So there was a time of defending. 7, 6. It's going to be secretive. Very cool. Secretive. And then the focus and feature are going to be I6 and 9, 3. So it's going to be war. And 9, 3 is going to be vault. Oh, wow. Very interesting. So he just thinks back to his time in so many halls of the dwarves and secret halls and their deep vaults. And he thinks of the wars that they fought over them, and his role in defending these great halls of stone. And he thinks soberly and solemnly on his time doing that, and how he defended these great hordes of the dwarves, and he did it willingly and happily and with integrity, even though for him he cared nothing for all the gold in the world. But he did all of this, and he did it because they were his brothers, and he would do it again. It was not his desire to pursue these things, but it was his honor to do so. So he thinks about all these things, and then he just sort of taps his shoulder and goes, "Old war wound," and that's sort of it. And everyone kind of looks at him and okay, and cheers to Frerin for his great injury of his shoulder. All right, and finally Lôrwend. So Lôrwend tells her tale. So she, everyone looks at her, and she's clearly waited to be the last. She didn't really want to share as much. She's not antisocial, but you know. So discover is the first word for her. 4-2 is going to be fragile. Is the aspect. Oh, this is cool. This is interesting. 1-5 and 1-5. Interesting. That is cool. It's going to be counsel and bridge. Counsel is a focus and bridge. So for Lôrwend, I'm imagining that she shares how every night she likes to take a walk and to walk among the trees, walk among the grass in the darkness. And in the darkness, the whole world just takes on this different look. And she just speaks like beautifully and hauntingly of the beauty of the night and of walking amongst the trees in darkness, alone, without others around. And that one night, as she was just walking along, she came through these very, like, what she would describe as like fragile flowers and grass that almost melted as she walked across them, even with her elven feet barely touching them. They just sort of seemed to melt away like glass as she stepped across them. And she came upon this bridge, and she remembered the counsel of her friends, that there was a dark bridge that could only be found at night, and that if you were to find it, that you should not cross it, and by no means should you look under it and see what might be there. But she knew for her, there was no chance that she would listen to that counsel, and she was drawn closer and closer to the bridge, stepped forward, and she looked under, and she discovered the most fragile flower of all there underneath the bridge, hidden in this little glass cover. There was stronger glass, she could tell, than the fragile glass flower, or it wasn't actually glass, but it looked as if it was made from glass. It looked so fragile. And before she could know what she was doing, she had pulled off the protective glass, and she was looking at it, and she was just so mesmerized. Her eyes, all she could see was stars and beauty and almost like an eternity in this beautiful glassy flower. And then before she knew it, she didn't even realize she'd done it. She'd reached out to touch it, and the flower had just shattered, and the shards of it had embedded into her hand. And so ever since that night, her hand still carries the shards of that glass. And to her pain during the day, it has a slight pincing feeling to her in her body, in her left hand. But at night, she doesn't feel it. And at night, if she looks at her hand, there's almost a slight glow to it, and she can remember something of the light and the beauty and the vision that she had when she looked into that flower so many years ago. And so the whole company is, just sort of aghast watching her and tell this story, and just so mesmerized by this dark elven woman and how uniquely she shares this story. And it's sort of beautiful and haunting all at once. But then they shake themselves and grab their mugs and cheers once again to a great story from one of the party. So, unbeknownst to them, these stories have really helped them to come together and quickly get to know one another and begin to be a company, be a fellowship. And there's something magical about just their stories they were able to share in this night in the Prancing Pony. And so before getting to the next piece here, just one small other piece I thought would be fun is from the core rules. If you look at the sections on the sort of the world of Middle Earth, here we go. There's a section on the Prancing Pony. So very early on, probably the next page right here. Yes. And there's a table of random encounters. So I thought what I'd do is I would roll on here, and I thought I'd roll 2 dice, and I can choose whichever I want to of these 2 random encounters. So here we go. It's going to be one more random encounter before we get to the next step in sort of incorporating some more of the story from the adventure, which I think is all fine. Like when you're playing these adventures, I don't think you need to just follow by the book exactly what's in here and only those things. You should definitely make it your own and bring in whatever you want to. So here we go. Something happens here. So 7 and 7. Here we go. So I don't have a choice. I'm just going to say that it is for sure 7, whatever this is. And it's a great one. So 7 is Rousing Ballad. So just as they're finishing up these stories, the common room is filled with patrons roaring out bolstering ballads of heroes and hearth fires. And so the whole company can't help but, after hearing all these stories and feeling close together, actually pretty knit together very quickly, they join in and they can make a successful song roll. It says to recover 1 hope. And what I'm going to say is that that they can each basically, I'm going to let them like store a hope or gain 1 more than their sort of normal max or starting hope. Just because I think that's I don't want to give that up. And so, yes, so they're all going to make a song check and see how they do. So for a skill check, here's how you do it. So Lôrwend, just with her beautiful elven voice, sings out strong. She actually is one of the best singers. She is favored for her, so she'll roll 2 dice and choose the best one. And she also has 2 ranks of it, so she'll have two dice. So 2 dice and these 2 feet dice. And so she's going to be singing, and she has to hit a 14. So 14 is her target number to join in the song. Ooh, here we go. Let's see. Oh, no, she did it. She got 7, 1, 4. So that is 12. She did, cast away that 4. She chose a better one. So 12. So even as beautiful as her singing is, there's something mournful about the way that she's singing. She's remembering that night of what happened to her with her hand, and she feels almost a special like pinch of the glass in her hand, even as she sings these songs, even as she feels like close with the fellowship that she's joined. She still feels this sort of pang of sadness, and so she does not gain additional hope. But for Amlaith, he's not the best singer, but he gives it a college try. Oh my gosh, he gets a Gandalf symbol and oh my gosh, this is an incredible roll. So he gets a Gandalf and a 6. He needed to get a 14. And a Gandalf symbol is a automatic success. And the 6, so when you get 6, it has this little Tengwar symbol. And that means that it was actually not just if you roll successfully, then it's not only a success, but it's a great success. So he has a great success. And so he actually gains a hope. So we're going to say he gains a hope up to 14. And one of the ways that you can spend a great success is that you can actually help someone who didn't succeed at the test. You can help them to succeed. You can actually make them also succeed it. So he's actually going to help Lôrwend succeed. So he just sings out lustily with all of his heart, and even though he's not a great singer, his voice just in his heart just adds to the songs so wonderfully. And he sees Lôrwend and sees that pang of sadness in her eyes, and he claps her on the shoulders as she's singing. And just in that moment, she also gains hope, hope against hope. Like, she is really unusual for her to feel this kind of hope, and but she does, and she gains one hope to store for later. And then we have Frerin, who's got a favored role, so we'll see if his dwarf tones are appreciated in the group. And they are not. He gets a I and a 4. He'll take the 4, but it's still only 8. So his singing is just very kind of low and slightly off tune, and doesn't really capture it. And he personally does not get much out of that experience. And then finally, Reginard. So Reginard has 2 dice and a success die. Or sorry, 2 success dice and a feat die. And I don't think he has... Oh, Frerin does have... That's funny. Frerin... You know what? Frerin is going to do this. Frerin should have used his mouth organ, actually, which would have added a dice. We're going to actually say... This is a slight twisting of the rules, but normally he would use his mouth organ to, like a harmonica, to add a dice to his song rolls. But we're gonna actually let him just do that for Reginard, just because I forgot to do it for him, and because he also, Reginard is his focus, so we could have spent a hope to give him 2 dice, but instead we're just gonna let him use his mouth organ to add 1 more dice to Reginard. So Frerin realizes he's really not singing that well, and instead pulls out his mouth organ and starts to play that as well, and it's a little bit better. And Reginard sings along with it, and is just happy to see everyone else singing so beautifully. And he gets that's a 9 plus 8, 17. He needed a 16. He gets it, and he also is filled with hope as he sees the company come together, and that we will have a company to do some adventures together with. So everyone succeeded except for Frerin, which means that everyone but him has 1 extra hope as he joined in these rousing ballads of the in the Prancing Pony. Beautiful. Well, suddenly as they're finishing up a song, boom, door slams open, and this dwarf walks in. There's a grand entrance of this dwarf. He is a knavish looking dwarf. He's loud and larger than life, and he's got many interesting trinkets on his person, and he looks like a successful treasure hunter by all appearances. And he storms in. Boom! The song ends. He slams open the door, and he says, he wants to know, are there any brave souls in the inn who'd like to earn their fair share of a great treasure? And he starts to walk around the room looking to see who might be interested. He looks over at the dwarves in the corner, who the company has met in the midst of the singing. They've met these other dwarves in the corner, are Floki and his friend Hornbory, who don't want to discuss their business except with dwarves. So they share a little bit to Frerin of what they're doing here, but they don't share much. They've seen eerie things in the wilderness, and though they encountered no perils, they felt that there were eyes watching them in the night. They're glad of the firelight and stout hedge around Bree, and they're happy to be here. So Frerin and Floki connect on their dwarven heritage, but other than that, they don't learn too much of him yet. But there's also this group of young merchants that are there, Arna and Harold and Leaf. They're young merchants from distant Lake Town, and they've come west in search of new trading opportunities. They brought wine from Dorwinion, which they share around during the songs that everyone has stood up to sing, and they share some little clever trinkets from Dale, little interesting toys and trinkets. and they're bound for the Blue Mountains, and they know little of the geography of the lands west of the High Pass. So they're eager to talk with local travelers, and they talk with Amlaith about about Eriador and the lands around about, and they are asked by Reginald for news of the Wilderland, and they said there's a strong king in Dale, Bard the Bowman, but that the good years are passing, and there are rumors of evil in Mirkwood again. So this is all sort of the background that we already know of these other characters in the pub. There's sort of the locals, but there's also these dwarves. There's the merchants from Lake Town, and Jari comes in, asks if anyone wants their fair share of treasure. He avoids the dwarves in the corner. He actually stays away from them, and instead focuses on the 3 travelers from Lake Town. It goes up to them, and the men from Lake Town, they insist they're not adventurers. They were warned not to leave the road, so they're not interested in whatever he has to share. But you hear Jari saying that he shares his heritage. Like, I'm a noted explorer and treasure finder, and I've got a nose for gold. All dwarves do, and I'm on the trail for buried treasure. In fact, one of my distant uncles, Great Uncle Bori, buried it long ago to hide it from bandits, and I'm the only one who knows the secret. But I'd be willing to share it with someone who's more doughty with a sword, more of a sword-wielding type, to guard me as I search the valley. I don't know of anything there that will necessarily be a problem, but it's said to be the haunt of wolves and worse things. And I'm no fighter, so I want a protective guard as I find this treasure, and I'll split the treasure with whoever joins me. But you hear all this, and the lakemen regretfully turn down his offer, though not without many wistful glances and dreams of an easy fortune. And the dwarves in the corner, they glare at Jari, but they don't say anything. And now, while Jari's talking and he begins to approach the heroes, you notice, there's this other character who does slouch into the prancing pony. Or was he there already? We don't know. We can see when he joined it. Someone could make an awareness roll. I'm imagining Reginald might make an awareness roll to see and possibly notice him. I don't remember how good Reginald is at awareness, but we can see. Oh yeah, Reginard is great at awareness. He's favored, and he has 2 success dice. So we'll see. It's 16 to hit, though, so this won't be easy. He's wondering, he's trying to remember, when did this character come in? Has he always been there, or did he come in at a certain time? So he gets a 9, 2, 6. So that is a 17. So it succeeds, and with a great success. So he notices that actually he hadn't always been there. He actually had slipped in after Jari had come in, and he kind of had snuck in almost. And he listens closely to what this person Diarmoc says. You can hear him that he's muttering that this sounds like easy money. He's vouching that he's heard of the dwarf's uncle and his fabled treasure, and he is you can see Diarmoc looks suspiciously at the ranger, and that Diarmoc mutters to the ranger that they could waylay the dwarf after finding the treasure and steal it all. And so I'm imagining that Reginard is very notices all of this and then actually is trying to understand it. So he's going to make an insight check. So he has to make an insight check to guess, to understand what he's really doing. And so he has an insight of 2 of those dice and 2 of these, and he's trying to understand. He really needs to know, is this just all an act? Is this like what is going on with this character Diarmoc? Hey, that is, oh shoot, nope. There's a 10, but these were terrible. The 1 and the 2 is a 13. So just 13, not 15. So it's a failure, but this is a pretty low stakes situation. And so what I'm going to do is I think I might take this. So when you succeed, but it's a standard risk situation. Sorry, if you fail, but it's a standard risk situation, you have two choices. You can either just take the failure, or you can succeed with woe. And so what I'm thinking is that I might try and take a success with woe, so that Reginard actually succeeds at his insight. He actually does guess that Diarmoc is acting strangely, and that he's speaking as if he's almost half strangled, forcing the words out past his lips. He's clearly like putting on an act. He's clearly in league with Jari to try and get the player heroes to join this quest that he's put them on. But the success with woe is that this actually turns Reginard so much. He's so troubled by this that he actually could take on a point of shadow. He actually has. He's going to take on a point of shadow of dread. He sees so much, in fact, that he sees enough and not enough. And he actually has this like dread from what's going on here. He really doesn't understand it. Like he gets it. He understands that they are in league together. But he's so disturbed that this man would be acting in this strange way where he's like forcing himself to be a part of this ruse. And so he actually is going to take a point of shadow, Reginard is, except for he's allowed to make I believe a valor test to avoid taking that point of shadow. And so to do that, you have a fate die, and then because he has valor of 1, he'll roll 1 success die. And then I believe we said that Gandalf as a patron can allow you to spend a fellowship point to have a favored die roll. And so I think he's going to do that. So he's going to spend a fellowship point right here. So one of their 6, which is a pretty big deal. But this is to avoid getting a shadow point. So can he overcome this feeling of darkness? Yeah, I think he wants to do this, right? Yeah, he's going to. He feels so close to the fellowship right now. He wants to use this point of fellowship. So he kind of steadies himself by like grabbing onto Frerin's shoulder and sort of steadying himself to try and not be sort of wounded by this dread that he feels. Oh no! So he chooses the 9, not the 4, but just gets the 2, so it's 11, and that goes against your heart, which is 15. So he fails and takes a point of shadow. So 1 point of shadow falls on Reginard as he recognizes that this is all just an act, like something else is going on here. He looks so grim and he's such a bad liar, but he's in league together with this Jari. But now, Jari and with Diarmoc sort of behind the heroes, trying to influence them. Jari turns to them and starts kind of one by one tries to get the heroes to join him. He looks at them and his eyes gleam. He says, "Now here's a true company of heroes." And he can just really he's insightful himself. For as sort of shifty as he looks, he's got a type of insight. And as he looks at each of them with a gleam in his eye, he can sort of see what each of them wants. And so he looks at them and thinks over what would make each of them want to do this quest. All right, so that's a little bit of tea I'm drinking. All right, so with he looks at the ranger, of course, like the big ranger at first, and he immediately senses here is a mark. Here is someone who's going to be gullible, who clearly is open-hearted, true-hearted, wants to believe the best, and he absolutely starts to ingratiate himself to the ranger and just works his magic with him to try and make it so that Amlaith would trust him. And Amlaith wants to believe in him. So Amlaith is like wrapped around his finger almost as soon as Jari starts telling him these stories of how he just wants to get this treasure. He needs to get this treasure for him to be able to go back and build a home for his family and start a family and have young ones, and all of this sort of tugs on Amlaith's heartstrings, and of course, happy to give the treasure as well. And he turns to Lôrwend, who we can see that she has a glimmer in her eyes whenever he's talking about the gold, and so he just spins this whole tale of all the many wondrous things that are in this hoard that used to be it's just an old abandoned hoard that was actually from trolls in the north, but of course they're long gone. It's just this old abandoned troll hoard, and so many wonderful items and dark items in this hoard. So he begins to grab Lôrwend's attention, and he sees that the dwarf, that Frerin, is not moved by this, and he doesn't like Frerin. He clearly has a thing against other dwarves. This Jari does, but he sees that Frerin, he can see all of the flora and fauna in Frerin's beard, and he starts to talk about it's in this incredible area that no one goes to, where there is sights you've never seen, creatures you've never seen. There's, again, it used to be a place of trolls, so there are what are called troll mushrooms and other interesting flowers and growing things in this area. And Frerin actually starts to light up and with great interest in going to this place. And he looks at little Reginard, and he can see that Reginard looks disturbed, and he sort of plays into that. He says, do you like scary stories, little one? And Reginard sort of shakes off the shadow, but still feels it heavy on him, and sort of nods. And Jari says, there are dark things in that land once upon a time. Of course, it's no longer very dangerous at all. I only need protection just to be sure, just to be safe. But it used to be very dangerous, and if you want to be spooked a little, you should come with us and enjoy a little ghost hunt up through the hills. And that actually does speak to Reginard, and he of course is drawn to that sort of thing. So despite that weight of shadow on him, he actually is interested as well. So they're all interested, and they turn together, and they immediately, just one glance at each other, they can sense that each of them actually feels pretty open to going on this quest. And you can see, maybe Frerin says, you know what Gandalf said, and all of them nod. Any adventure is better than no adventure, is what he said, right? So even if there's misgivings, which clearly they all also have, even if there's misgivings, maybe we should give this a try. So they turn back to Jari and they say, let's go. We'll join you for our share of the treasure, and just point us in the right direction. So Jari's overjoyed, and he's clapping them on the backs, and he buys them a round of drinks, and he proposes that they leave tomorrow morning, that it's a week's travel to the valley where his uncle's treasure is buried. And he gives them, all of the company, a handful of silver pennies to buy supplies and other needed things, and says that he'll meet us outside of Bree. He's got some ponies tied up in the woods outside town. So after this, the company sits together and sort of says, like, all right, well, we're doing this, but did you notice anything strange about that Jari? Actually, Diarmoc, who is still there, this sort of shifty looking man, slides in and says, I don't know if he was just nervous, but he seemed like he was on the level, and the party sort of is interested in Diarmoc and asks him, like, what's with you? Like, are you interested in joining the adventure as well? And Diarmoc says, like, I would love to. I'm great at tending to ponies and horses, and so if you have any animals, I'd be happy to help. help bring them to the valley, even for just a small portion of the treasure. I'd be happy to be a part of the company. And so something about him, everyone has sort of picked up on what Reginard picked up on. They can kind of sense how Reginard's looking at him. And they can see, like, that was strange that he was being the comments he was making seemed forced. They're not idiots. And they can tell something about him was forced. But Amlaith also sees him and sees something about him is also genuine. Something about him seems genuine despite this whole show of trying to get them to join Jari. And so he says, come with us. And they sort of think, like, better to have him in their sight because he seems like he would be around even if they didn't invite him on the adventure. So they invite Diarmoc to join them. But after Diarmoc steps out to go tend to his own things and says he'll see them in the morning, the company maybe glances around. Frerin slides back over to the dwarves and asks them, like, hey, do you know anything about this Jari? And of course, Jari's known to them, and they don't want to say too much, but Frerin presses on them and tries to see if they'll say anything. And it turns out that he is known to them. He was exiled from the Blue Mountains for theft and fraud. And Floki, the dwarf Floki, who's one of those two dwarves of the Blue Mountains, he urges them not to trust the wretch. Don't trust him. If you go with him, like you just know you cannot trust him out of your sight. And they refuse to speak further of his crimes to outsiders. But to Frerin, they very low whisper, they share that Jari was accused of tomb robbing and dealing in relics from lost Moria, which is a crime in the eyes of the Longbeard dwarves. So Floki admits that associating with Jari tarnished the good name of Floki's own brother Flonar, which is a tale fully told later. We might learn about that. And Floki warns that Jari brings ill luck to those who travel with him. Also, as we examine our coins, kind of play with our coins, Lôrwend notices, these silver pennies, these aren't typical. These are strange. They're minted in far off Rohan, and they bear the image of the king of that land, which is strange. This is, where would these have come from? And so they have some things to think about as they go to sleep and prepare for the next day's journey. But having spent such a good night together, they're confident that even though Jari seems fully untrustworthy and Diarmoc seems completely not on the level, they're confident that, like Gandalf said, if any adventure is better than no adventure, then they're going to be fine on this journey. So that is the first part there, and we're going to move on to part 2, the journey to the Troll-vale. So this will mostly just be about the journey north to the Troll-vale. So, all right, so Jari the dwarf waits for the company a short distance outside Bree in a sheltered dell north of Bree Hill. And then we find him crouched over a campfire, merrily frying up a breakfast of bacon, sausage, and egg. Nearby, there's 4 fine ponies crop the long grass. Jari jumps up and greets us. Friends, eat. We have a long journey ahead of us before we find my great uncle's treasure. So let us put a little food in our bellies ere we march. And then he begins to lead us on our journey. So I'll pull up the journey mechanics here. So let's see, we've got a journey sheet here. And we'll put in the year, which this is just going to be the first year of the game. I believe the game of the One Ring starts in 2965. Let's just say that's the year. 2965. The season, I was thinking it would just be like the early fall for the season. Early autumn, I should say. What they would call it, early autumn, and this is going to be a journey from Bree to, I believe it's called the Vale of Morgland is really what it's called. So it's a valley in the Weather Hills. This is the Vale of Morgland. All right. And we'll see how many days of travel it will take us. But for our rolls, as I mentioned before, I've kind of written down already for all 4 of the members of the company what our roles will be. So we've got, I believe we'll have Frerin himself will be our guide. So Frerin the dwarf pulls up. Frerin will be the guide. So with the guide, that means that Frerin will be making a travel roll for each leg of the journey, and we'll see how far he can guide us each portion of the journey. Then out front we'll have Lôrwend as scout. Lôrwend, here we go, Wend. Oops, messed that up. But yeah, Lôrwend is the scout. We'll have Reginard, or Reggie. I'll just write down Reggie here as he goes by as the lookout. And finally, Amlaith, the ranger, as the hunter. All right. And Jari does have his ponies, which I don't know if those are all for if he's sharing those to ride, but definitely we do have, Frerin has a decent horse, which we could name, what is a good name for a horse that a dwarf would have? Maybe Talon. I don't know. Talon. Not Balin, Talon. And it has a vigor of, I think, like, don't this just have like vigor 1? I believe it's a horse, right? I think it's vigor 2, I believe. I can look that up in a second, but vigor 2, and there we go. So, and then the journey path. So in the back of the book, it shows us that this is Bree. This is the hidden valley, the Vale of Morgland. And the journey we're taking says that we're gonna head north at first along the edge of the Chetwood. Then once we're clear, the forest eaves turn northeast. Off to the traveler's right, the low hillocks and wild pastures of Bree country slope down towards the bowl of the Midwater, and little streams flow eagerly towards the marsh, unaware of the doleful realm that awaits them. And ahead on the distant horizon, the line of the Weather Hills stands like a dozen watchful sentinels, with mighty Weathertop furthest to the south, set off a little from the rest like a lonely captain. So I think the journey should just be going, for example, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to get there. So we'll do something like that. So what we'll say is, it'll be like 1, 2, 3 on the road, 4, 5, 6, 7 into this dark land. And so I think I can basically just draw it out, like if the road is coming this way, and our path will start, we'll start kind of here. I actually don't know exactly how to say how this is going, but I think that it's going like this. There's the Bree Hill here, and the city, just like that, and there's the Chetwood, which I don't know how to draw a forest quickly, but that's, it's just Chetwood's right there. And the idea is we're going 1, 2, 3 along the road, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, or what was that? 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, and something like that to get to the to get to the Vale of Morgland. So here we go. And the Vale of Morgland, we'll just kind of make a valley like this. All right, so that's basically what we're doing. And so let's see what happens. So we've set our path and we'll start our journey. So as we start our journey, we will have, first of all, Frerin making a travel roll. So, all right, so I've pulled together some of the rules just so I simplified for myself right here. So I'll use this for the journey. But you make a travel roll. So the guide will make a travel roll and the party will move 3 hexes on a success. So let's see what we've got. With Frerin, for a travel roll, it means he's got a favored roll. So he'll roll 2 feat dice. He's got 3 success dice and he has to get a 16. So here we go. This is to get a 16. He's got 2 5s, so he pulls away those. He says, oh, he's got 12 only. So 12, so he fails his roll. So because it's really the end of summer, it's not even beginning of autumn, it's still gonna be 2 spaces that we move. So I don't know why I just put my pencil. Here we go, pencil right here. So we're gonna move 2 days journey to right here on the first day. So traveling up, I guess we've got a map right here as well. So we're basically traveling up here. We're still passing the Chetwood on this first day. So we've got the Frerin just seems a little bit off of his mark. Maybe it's Jari's incessant talk and he hasn't gotten quite used to it yet. But Frerin does not lead us on the best of marches, and we only get as far as here after 2 days of travel. And but now we will roll to see the journey test that will need to happen. So for this, we after the marching test, we'll roll to determine the journey event. So here we go. So we'll roll to see who the target is and who the event, what the event is. So target is going to be on a 1, that is the scouts, and a 5 is going to be a mishap. So scouts, mishap. So what that means is that Lôrwend is going to have some kind of mishap occur if she fails her scouting test. So we can go ahead, and you can make the story of that test up as much as you want to before or after the roll is succeeded or failed. So for example, if we just pull up Lôrwend, and she's got for scouting, that's the explorer skill. And so it's gonna be favored, and she'll have 2 dice, and has to get a 13. Let's just roll and see, and we'll see if she succeeds what happens. So nice, she got a 6 and an I. She will not have the I, so she actually gets 14. So a great success, And so we can make up the story of what happens. So as we're traveling along the road, and we're still with the Chetwood to our right. She is scouting out ahead and comes upon a bridge that could have collapsed as the party was going over it. And actually, as she was starting to cross it, again, even with her light elven touch, it just started to crumble away and collapse under her. And luckily, she was aware enough of it. She sprang out of the way and no harm came to her, but the bridge collapsed, and she had to then go and explore and find a way to wade through this river without getting too wet and too heavy. And so she was able to make sure that the journey was not too greatly impacted in what could have really injured the party. So since she succeeded that, nothing ill happened, other than with that roll, each of the party members is going to add 2 fatigue. So we'll add travel fatigue here for now. Each of them will add 2. And I'm imagining that night after this mishap, they're all sitting around the campfire and talking, and Jari is continuing to spin tales of the treasure. He just keeps going on and on about the treasure. It's as if he doesn't want to talk about some other things, but he finds more and more things that he can say about the treasure that they will find once they've reached the valley. And in fact, he's just continues to ingratiate himself with them. He asks them where they've come from, why they've gone wandering, what they'll do with the vast treasure that they're sure to find in the hidden valley. And, with that, each of them is sort of a little unsure on the treasure piece of it. As much as Lôrwend is drawn to treasure, she's not drawn to treasure in the typical way of just like gold. She wants to find those unique and strange items in the world. And similarly, Reginald wants to see great and dark things and understand the shadow and maybe find weapons that could help him against the shadow. And Amlaith is similar. If he wants to, anything he would find, he says he would turn it back towards supporting the company and supporting their efforts to serve the people of Eriador. And Frerin says he'd love to create, maybe rent out a greenhouse somewhere, maybe in Bree, and to be able to have a garden that could be kept and maybe have someone manage it when he's away. So they're sharing different stories of what they would do with it. And Jari tells tales of his great uncle Bori and how there's all these tales of magic and concealment on the Hoard, and that only Bori's rightful heir can open the cave. It has to be at sunset on Durian's Day. You need the right magic key and a magic map that can only be read in moonlight. All these things, and he seems like he's just creating stories out of thin air. Like the bones of the tale seem solid. That his family has always been unjustly mistreated by the jealous dwarves of the Blue Mountains, and that his uncle was a traveler and treasure seeker of renown, but he doesn't quite. All the rest of the details seem like they're almost being made up on the spot. And as soon as we start to ask, like even Amlaith, who's very trusting, as soon as he starts to ask some sort of more searching questions, Jari decides to just say, I need to go scout ahead, and he leaves the company for an evening. And when he does so, Amlaith is a little bit like suspicious, even Amlaith, and says, I'm just gonna tag along behind him and make sure he's doing well. And really what he means is that he's not up to any ill things. So he's gonna use he's gonna make a hunting roll, and he's actually gonna use his bird whistle to sort of trick Jari into thinking that it's actually just a bird that's rustling in the leaves behind him, because he's like traveling behind Jari, and he's trying to follow his tracks, but he's trying to do so in sort of in a stealthy way, but he's really trying to follow his tracks. But he's using these bird whistles, and actually as he does these bird whistles, Jari will like whistle back at him, and he can see like Jari's actually very good at these bird whistles. Like he can really project his whistle. It's a very powerful whistle that Jari has. But so if he can succeed with a 14, Amlaith will successfully hunt him and follow him. Otherwise, Jari would escape his hunting. Hey, got a Gandalf on the favored roll, and with a great success. So we don't even have to care about how much we rolled, except for we rolled a Tengwar. And so he succeeded with a great success. So he's manages to follow Jari, And he sees that the dwarf does not scout ahead, and that instead he circles back and spies on the company as they travel, and as they encamp. And in fact, he sees that he continues to. He seems delighted by the bird sounds that he'd heard from Amlaith's bird whistles, and he actually practices his bird calls. And he'll call out 3 times, again and again. He call out 3 times with a bird call, and until it seems that he does this until he is satisfied that it's clear, it's strong, and that it's unmistakable. And finally, he's content with that and stops making those cries. But then, circles back and eventually joins the party. But Amlaith is able to report to the company that the Jari is not doing anything helpful with his scouting. He's actually trying to sneak back and spy on us. So we should continue to remain on our guard. And in fact, as he's away, the others are trying to speak with Diarmoc, and they're just confused by his speech and his clothes, and so one of them tries to make a check to see what could this be, like what land could he be from. So Reginard's going to make a lore check and see if that works. So he's got a favored check, got 2 dice, and he's got a notebook that he's been taking notes on all of these strange different things, like different words that he uses, different turns of speech, different idioms. And he's sort of connecting the dots of what is it, where could this person be from. So he's going to get an extra die by using his useful item of his notebook as he kind of draws connections. He's to get a 15. Oh no, let's see, he gets a 8 plus 6, no, 14. He almost succeeds. And what I'm going to say is that, again, he's going to take you know what? No, he won't take, he just fails this time. He doesn't have the heart to suffer another shadow. He fails this time, but he nudges Frerin and says, like, Frerin, do you know what this could be? And he starts to list all of the different things that it could possibly be. And so Frerin's going to have a chance to also do this. So I'll give them a chance for one more test. Frerin is going to use his travel skill because he's well-traveled, and so he'll use that to try and determine where he could be from and what's going on with Diarmoc. So he's got a favored roll with 3 skill dice. Okay, let's see. You got 8 here. So put away the 4. He's 14, 16, 19, I think. 19, which hits his 16 and with a great success. So he gets a great success, and he actually leans back over to Reginard and shares what he knows, which he's able to share that actually I would guess from his garb and his mode of speech that he comes from the near south beyond Dunland, from the border of Gondor's western marches. Travelers from that region are not unheard of lately, as rumors of travel and shadow in the south drive them to safer lands, but they're still unusual. And so they kind of ask him about that. Where do you come from, and do you know anything more about Jari's story? And as he's sort of questioned, he says that he and his kinfolk left the south and traveled north, but they were waylaid by trolls on the way, and that only Diarmoc escaped. He shares that only he escaped, and he does not know what became of his family. And he hopes one day to find a way to rescue them if they have not already been eaten. And so he sort of shares some of these things, but then Lôrwend sort of looks at him and challenges him and says, like, you've met Jari, haven't you? And I'm trying to think what tack she would take just to try and convince him to speak on this. She would use her awe skill, I think. She's got 2 success dice with awe. And so she says, you know, Jari, and it kind of pulls herself to like a greater height and sort of leans a little bit more into her elven strangeness to sort of intimidate him a little bit confront him. You were trying to help Jari in the Prancing Pony, weren't you? You have a prior relationship. And tries to convince him. Let's see. Gets an 8, 12, 15, and she needed a 14. She got it. Nice. So she succeeds in confronting him, challenging him, and he admits that I met the dwarf on the road outside Bree is where I met him, and he paid me to bolster his attempts to recruit adventurers. And then he claims that Jari fears there may be dangers in the hidden valley, and so he had Diarmoc enter Bree separately as a ruse to ensure that the dwarf would be able to recruit a goodly number of adventurers. And there's still something going on there, and in fact, we'll say that maybe a riddle check from someone. I'm trying to think who would be good at that. Reginard can try his hand again. He's got three success dice in riddle, and so he tries to see. I think there's something more going on here, and so he really again tries to connect the dots of what could be going on here. And maybe he even says to him, I think you're not telling the whole truth, and maybe shares a bit of a saying or a riddle, maybe he says something like, they say I hear that they say in the South that it's not the wolf who howls loudest you should worry about, but the wolf who hides his presence from you. And shares some sort of riddle or saying to him, and tries to convince him to see that Reginard sees through him a little bit. So we'll see if this riddle attempt succeeds. I guess it's a pretty good riddle, so I'm gonna give myself a little extra success dice for a pretty good role playing there. Let's see. I don't know if we're gonna get this. Oh, it's so close. 14? No. So it comes up to 14, just shy of a success of 15, which would have been a great success too. And Diarmoc looks like he's about to share. And actually, I'm going to say that Reginard is going to again take a success with woe. And it's going to lean into the same issue of Reginard is actually going to lean back into that shadowy feeling that he had before of something dark and twisted is going on behind here. And he actually convinces him, because there's just a look in his eyes that he sort of understands the darkness of what's going on with Diarmoc. And but as he leans back into that memory, he'll take another point of shadow unless he can succeed at a Valor test. So Valor test is going to be hard. He has to hit a 15. Here we go. Oh no, he fails with an I, which is a 0. There are some instances where an I might actually add to a hunt awareness or eye awareness, but we won't worry about that. But yes, fails because this counts as a 0 and a 3. Fails his shadow test. So as Reginard leans back into that feeling he had before, he's actually going to take another point of shadow. Which I forget I don't think anything else bad happens. I think you do add to eye awareness if you add shadow. I don't think anything else happens in this very moment. But that's bad. Because if he ever lowers his hope down to his shadow, then he'll be miserable. And eyes are automatic failures, and there's some other bad stuff. So he succeeds at this test, succeeds with woe. And Diarmoc sort of breaks down and shares more. He admits that there's actually more to this quest than was said at Bree. The Hidden Valley contains little treasure. It's home to a band of foul trolls, and there are, in fact, trolls still there who capture and eat people. And they've come down from the north, and they waylaid Diarmoc's family and devoured them. He met Jari as he wandered, bereft and lost, and Jari came up with a tale of the lost treasure in order to recruit some stalwart adventurers. Their real goal is slaying the trolls, not finding dwarf gold. Although Jari quickly assures the adventurers that the troll... in fact, Jari comes back just as this is happening. And there's sort of a little bit of a tense moment as Jari realizes that Diarmoc has shared more about the story. He listens closely to what Diarmoc's saying. Diarmoc says that he met Jari and that their real goal is slaying the trolls, not finding dwarf gold. Although Jari quickly assures the adventurers that the trolls probably have a fortune worth taking, and there's more to this quest than mere revenge. And so at this point, the company is tired out from the day, and Jari says, we can talk about this more at a later time, but just know that we're people of goodwill, and there's still a hoard fortune well worth the taking. So don't you worry about it. We'll be fine. And the company goes to sleep for now. They'll press Diarmoc on another day, but for now they're pleased well enough. So all right, so back to the journey. That was sort of the first journey event and sort of a little bit of a detour into these events along the road. And so for the next travel event, Frerin will need to lead us. So Frerin is going to have a 3 dice and favored roll, and he needs to hit a 16. Yeah, gets it. 18. So he succeeds. And so what that means, he succeeds with no extra successes. So they'll move up 1, 2, 3, all the way to here, and camp here out in the Darklands. And so in the Darklands, we will actually have, I'm forgetting to actually, Lôrwend would have actually had an extra die on her test, I think, because they were along a road. That would have been an extra die at that point. But that's okay. I think she succeeded that test anyways. And so they're out in the Darklands now. So if you look at the map, look at this map, shows her out here in the Darklands. So if you're in the Darklands, what happens is that you have to roll a ill-favored roll for the journey event. So we're gonna roll all these dice. Ooh, yeah, that's not gonna be great. So what that means is that the 1 means that it's again going to be Lôrwend who is affected with the scouts with an explorer roll. Although no, I'll split it up. I'll change that up. I'll just say that it was Amlaith, the hunter, will be affected by it. So Amlaith will be affected by it, and it's going to be a despair event. So if the roll fails, everyone in the company gains 1 shadow point, unless you roll valor to prevent that, because it's a shadow point from dread. So wow, so we had to use the worst one, so it was the 1. So there's a hunting event that's going to, or there's an event that could end in this like despair, but with a successful hunting roll from Amlaith, we won't suffer those consequences. So we really need to succeed with this. So what I'm thinking is that as the company's traveling, one of the nights they're camping out in the wild, and they actually sense this dark presence, and it's just like as they're sitting there, it's sort of it's been a clear night, and they can see the moon clearly, but then slowly they realize, as they're sort of drifting off into sleep, they realize that this fog has rolled in and closed in upon them and shut out most of the light of the moon. And the light of the moon is just shining down through the fog and seeming to present that there's these specters and figures that they just can't quite make out. But this is very, very spooky evening, and the whole party is just struck by a sort of fear. But Amlaith stands up and attempts to, draws forth his hunting gear. He's got like a small hunting. He's got a hunting bow, and a small hunting bow, and he pulls it out and draws an arrow, and just pointing it sort of. Even he is shivering with a bit of fear, but he's pointing it and looking around and says, if there's if any of you have body enough to fight, show yourself and face me down. Do not bring terror upon my company. Be gone. And so he has to make a hunting roll to see if he drives them away or if they seem to laugh at him and cause despair in the whole company. So here we go. It's a hunting roll. It's going to be favored. And he's got 2 dice. And let's see. Oh yeah. And so I sort of helped myself out here for a second. So what I'm going to say is that these shapes and shadows that appear to be like undead, like ghostly figures. And so because of that, I'm going to invoke enemy lore undead. Amlaith knows how to face down the undead, and so he's inspired on this roll. If you're inspired, what that means is that when you spend a hope, which is something you can do, spend a hope to add a success dice. If you're inspired, that actually adds 2 success dice. So he's going to do that. He's going to spend a hope to add a success dice, and he's going to stand up and just boldly draw his arrow, knock an arrow to this bow, and point out into the darkness. And then he shoots the arrow, releases the arrow out towards the greatest of the shadows, out in the darkness. Oh heck yeah! So you got a Gandalf success, great success. So his arrow releases from his bow. It shoots and just seems to dissipate the shadow, and the shadows sort of moan and pull back, and the darkness and the dread that seemed about to close in on the company just falls away, and the fog slowly rolls back away from the company, and this darkness is gone. So boom. So it says we still, from that traveling, we still gain 2 fatigue each, but we're not each gaining a shadow point, which is great. Great job, Amlaith, driving away the undead. All right. So that's all there. And now on the next night of travel. Oh no, I guess we'll talk about that in a moment. We'll say Frerin is now going to travel. So Frerin is going to make his travel test. So he's got 3 dice. He's got 2 feat dice. And he also is going to spend a point of hope to add a dice here. And we're actually going to say that he is also inspired for this role. I think you're allowed to say that because he's wary. He's very wary of what they're coming upon, and he wants to get there safely and not delay on the road. And so he's inspired. So when he spends a hope, he's going to actually get 2 dice. Here we go. So he is alert to what's happening here. And here's his roll. Needs to get a 16. Ooh, so bad roll there, but that's fine. There's 11. Here we go. Plus 6, 17, 20. 20. That gets it with a 6 for a great success. So that means they would move forward 4. I think there was just 3 that they needed to move forward. But they'll move the rest of the way towards their destination. in the Vale of Morgland. So they'll gain no more travel fatigue, no more events they'll have to do. And so at this point, we actually will, there's a couple different things. We're going to sort of resolve the journey, but then there's sort of a different encounter, an encounter that's going to happen on sort of the last night of the travel based on the book. So let's roll for sort of resolving the end of a journey. So when at the end of a journey, everyone makes a travel roll, and if you succeed, you remove 1 fatigue. So Frerin, that was 2 dice and 3 success dice and 2 feat dice. He gets 12, 17, 19. Terrible rolls on his feat dice, but he still succeeded because he got 2 success dice. So he succeeds because he had to get 16, and he got 12, 17, 8, 19 with 2 successes. So he actually removes 3 of his fatigue. So he's not hardly fatigued at all. So just down. He'll be taking one fatigue there. And then Lôrwend is going to make a travel test. And so for Lôrwend, she has got just a single feat dice, and she's going to get 18. So she really needs like a Gandalf symbol. Let's go. No, so we got 11, man. So she fails, so she does not remove any. Let's see. Amlaith is going to roll 2 dice and a feat dice. And he could probably get this. It's a 13 only he needs. Nope, it's 11. He does not get it either. And then finally, we have Reginard, who is going to roll for his travel. It's 2 feat dice and a single success dice. Needs a 15. Gets 7 only. Man, so he also fails. So all of them failed. I believe that we can just assign the 2 vigor to allow, like we could have said that that Amlaith had used used Frerin's horse for part of the ride, and so he removes 2 of the fatigue. But that is it, I believe, for reducing travel fatigue. And so what's going to happen is that Reginard will get 4 fatigue, which basically adds to the load to bring down your, to make it, once his endurance gets down to 8, because it's load plus fatigue, then he'll be weary and his rolls will be impacted. Amlaith is just going to have 2 fatigue, so once he gets down to 10, he'll be in trouble. Frerin is going to have just the 1, so once he gets down to 12, he's in trouble. And then Lôrwend will have 4. And so once she's down to 13, she'll be in trouble. So that is the fatigue from the journey. And we're not going to fill out any of those things. I think we're good on the journey. And that is a journey. However, in the last couple of nights of the trip, there's a couple more things happening here. So I would say in probably like the second to last night, they speak again with Diarmoc. And while Jari has gone off on his little supposed scouting, Amlaith leans over to Jari and grabs him by the shoulder and says, leans over to Diarmoc, grabs him by the shoulder and looks into his eyes and says, "There is something deeply troubling you. There is absolutely something on your mind, and you need to come out with it right now. You are a better man than what you are doing here with Jari, and you need to share. So we can help you. We can help you. You can have full confidence in the hope that this party can bring. Whatever situation you're dealing with, we can solve it. Share it with us. Be there for us." So he will make it in Hearten roll. He's going to be rolling 2 feat dice, because he's got a favored roll. He's a single success dice. And we're going to say that his he totally gets a success dice from his convincing rhetoric, and Diarmoc is he's willing to hear them. He believes, he remembers, Amlaith standing up to those ghostly shadows. So he's going to get a success dice on there. And Reginard is going to support. No, he can't support Amlaith, actually, because he didn't have Enhearten. So that's it. That's the dice roll that he'll have. He needs to get 13. So here we go. Tries to Enhearten Diarmoc. Oh, let's see. Oh, this is so close. I think he got it. So instead of the Eye of Sauron, we'll get the 6. That's 11. 13. Gets 13. So 13, just enough to succeed. So Diarmoc just seems so torn on whether he should share, whether he should not share. And finally, he breaks down and he tells the truth. And he shares that my family, they did not die. They were not killed by the trolls. They're being held hostage by the trolls. And if I don't bring them victim seed, or if Jari warns the trolls that I failed to bring them victims to eat, then the trolls will kill my children. I don't know how Jari will signal to the trolls, but the trolls don't receive a message from the dwarf tomorrow night as we're arriving, then all is lost. The fault is on me. I brought my family to this desolate land. I led them into the clutches of the trolls. My conscience can no longer permit me to continue. I've already lost, but to damn others, I will not damn others. I urge you to flee south before the trolls come for you too. And you need to just know, I warn you that Jari the dwarf is in league with the trolls. You should slip away when Jari's not watching. But of course the party looks at each other, comes together, and then Amlaith looks deeply into Diarmoc's eyes and says, I meant it when I said it. We will solve this. We will not leave you alone. We will not leave your family to the fate of Jari and the trolls. We will help you. We'll stay with you, and we will work through this. And so Diarmoc kind of collapses into Amlaith's arms, and they gives him a hug. The company is just committed, and so they begin to just ruminate on what they can do to solve this, but they don't want to alert Jari. So we're just keeping it cool. And Emily sort of says to them, like, we need to just keep it together. Keep it together for now. And Reginard's like, yeah, we need to keep it together. Keep an eye on Jari. Don't let him out of your sight, but don't trigger his alarm. We need him to think that we're still suckers and still hooked on his story. So as we go into the next night, we're approaching the Weather Hills. This is the final night of the journey. And Jari's leading us to a sheltered spot. And the trail that he leads us on winds its way up a steep-sided hillock, one of the westernmost of the Weathertop Hills. And at the top are a few tumbled stones that mark the watchtower that once stood here. And long ago, there was a beacon fire here, signaling along the line of hills from the road to Fornost Arain. And Jari points east and tells us that yonder lies the hidden valley of Morgland. But I insist that this is a good place to camp. We should light a fire here. No one will be able to see it from below. Trust a dwarf to know a sheltered spot amid the rocks. And so we can tell as a party, he wants to signal to the trolls that dinner's coming tomorrow. We don't protest. We say, all right, we'll get a fire going. But actually, as Jari tries to sneak off to what we can only think is to signal the trolls, then we don't light the fire, and actually we try to follow him and kind of come upon him. So we Oh, no, in fact, actually, just as he's about to sneak off, Amlaith looks at the party and sort of gets a nod of assent, and Amlaith grabs his shoulder and says, "Where do you think you're going, Dwarf?" And Jari sort of wheels around and suddenly looks up at Amlaith with a look of suspicion, and then Lôrwend reaches over and puts a hand on his shoulder as well and says, "I don't think you're going anywhere, not tonight." And Frerin pulls out a long rope that was actually in Jari's belongings. He says, "I wonder how this works." And he kind of whips it around Jari, and they start wrapping him up really fast. And there's not even like a roll that needs to be had. Jari is no match for the party as they all sort of roll him into this rope. And he's protesting, and he's kind of groaning, and he's not really yelling or anything, but he's just like, "Oh, well, what are you doing? What is happening here?" He's truly like caught off guard, but they just wrap him right up, and then stuff a wad of cloth into his mouth to shut him up. And then finally they pull out the wad, and he sputters and he says like, "Well, what are you doing? Like, what is this?" And we share with him like we know the whole story. We know that you've been bringing people to this valley to be eaten by the trolls. We know that you were using Diarmoc to try and help you accomplish this. We know that you're holding his family hostage as to force him to help you. And he sputters out like, "I'm not holding them hostage. Like the trolls are, and they're holding me hostage. Like I need to do this so that they don't hurt me." But we know like you're doing this for more than just so you don't get hurt. You could leave at any time. These trolls wouldn't hurt you. You're doing this because you want to share in the treasure that people get when that the trolls get when they waylay people, and you're doing this out of greed. And he looks really like really guilty, and clearly we hit the story on the head, and so he sort of looks a little chastened of like, "Well, what are you gonna do? You don't do anything rash, don't do anything foolish." And suddenly he looks very like afraid, and very much like his fear now is well overcoming his desire for treasure. Because for once in his life, he suddenly realized he's been bested, and his life could come to a quick and terrible end right here at this time. And so we gotta decide. We kind of look at each other as a company. Do we want to convince him to help us? Do we want to enhearten him that he could take a better route, he take a different route? And I think that we would. I think. I rather think that I'm trying to think if we would persuade him or we would enhearten him. That's what I'm kind of trying to think. I don't think we need to like scare him anymore with like an awe skill. And I think we would begin by trying to enhearten him, and then maybe persuade him if we can't. So we'll first of all, Amlaith will try to enhearten him and say like, again, does his trademark move of grabbing him by the shoulder, looking him in the eyes, and saying, you have done terrible things. You've done horrible things. I guarantee there are people who are dead because of you and these trolls and your deviancy with them. But I tell you that right now is a new day. It's a new night, and you could turn this around if you decide to change from being this sniveling sycophant who is obsessed with gold and obsessed with making terrible stories that no one believes. And if you turn from that and you right now give up this way of life, you could do great things. You could be a good dwarf. There's a path back for you. So he makes his enheartening speech. He's going to roll a success dice. I still think that's a good speech. If I was Lord Master, I'd give myself a die. So I'm going to give a die to that roll, and we're rolling on a 13. So tries to enhearten him. Here we go. And it's just an 8. Does not enhearten him. And so Jari just doesn't believe. He kind of shudders and looks wounded. Like these words are wounding him. He's feeling he's feeling hurt by all this. He feels condemned by what Amlaith is saying. He doesn't see any path back for him. He knows he's been rejected by the dwarves. He has been thrown out from so many of his brothers' halls, and he has no way to be a good dwarf anymore. And so Reginard takes a new tack and tries to persuade him and says, if you help us, we will still give you a portion of the gold. And you might not think that you can become a good dwarf, but we'll let you live. We'll let you go on your way. You'll be a little bit richer, and you'll live to see another day. But you'll need to be fully committed to helping us get this gold, defeat these trolls, and rescue poor Diarmoc's family, who you have badly treated. And I'm going to say that there's a success die for a strong argument. I think that's a strong argument. And he's going to look over at Diarmoc and see Diarmoc just like kind of crying and weeping. And that this just moves his heart. So he moves and persuades him of this is a way out for him. So here we go. Reginard needs a 15 to convince him. Gandalf, boom, gets it. So succeeds, and there's sort of a moment of Jari weighs the pros and cons of joining them and of helping them, and he suddenly finally breaks down and says, "All right, I'll help you out. I'll tell you everything I know." And so the party's like, "All right, well, thank you. We want to know everything we can, but tonight you need to sleep it off. You're gonna stay wrapped up tonight in these ropes, and we'll talk in the morning." And he begins to want to complain, and then he actually stops and allows it to happen. So that was the end of the journey. We're there. We've gone to part 3, the Hidden Valley. So up the hill they went, but there was no proper path to be seen, such as might lead to a house or a farm. So, well, here's a rumor. So in the morning we're talking and we're like, we say to Jari, like, "All right, Jari, tell us what you know. First of all, tell us like what do people generally think of this vale?" And he shares, "Well, there are haunted places away up in the Weather Hills, valleys where the shadows lie deep and the sun never reaches. We've all heard tales that there's old buried treasure in one such valley. Now, some say it was the dwarves who buried it. Some say it was the kings of old. And I don't know who has the right to it. But I'll tell you this. You wouldn't catch most people going treasure hunting in those hills. It's too easy to fall and break your neck, or have something there break it for you. And I'll tell you further. In the last years of the Old Kingdom, there was a war. There was a war with the dark land of Angmar. And the soldiers of the king built many hidden fortresses and watchtowers along the Weather Hills as a bulwark against invasion. And there were secret paths and stairs too. We heard of these, and some dwarves were brought in to help cut into the earth so that they could move unseen. They never left themselves without a hidden way out." And so we learned from him that this Valley of Morgland it's one of many wrinkled old, one of many in the wrinkled old skin of the Weather Hills. And to the north, south, and east of the valley rise tall gray hills, stony and barren. To the west are lower hills, dotted with small thickets. A stream runs through the valley, quick and cold. It flows around an earthen mound called the Wart of Morgland, forming a little mountain lake before it finds the path down west. and the Wart was raised by men of Arnor long ago. And other than the landmark of the Wart, the rest of the valley is a landscape of moss-hung rocks, shadowy clefts, and piles of scree. Mortal men dwelt here in the old days, middlemen first, then men of the west, and there was a time when great herds of sheep and cattle grazed here before being brought to market at Bree, or other towns and castles that are now long forgotten and lost under the grass. War and plague emptied out the valley and the lands around. And now in recent years, Morglands was home to one Tolgarth Heather and his family. And Jari shares a little bit of Tolgarth. He knows that he was here before. He was a fellow of Archit who so disliked his neighbors that he set off into the wild to build a new farmstead, despite their dire warnings. And Tolgarth Heather and his family were the first victims of the trolls, of Nelly Longarms. That's the name. That's the name you should know, says Jari. That's the name of the mother and her troll sons. She crept into the valley by night and hid from the sun beneath the waters of the little lake. When the Heather's sheep came down to drink, Nelly Longarms snatched them and drowned them and ate them. And when the Heathers came to investigate, she took them too. Now the valley is hers, and her sons have eaten every wild goat and sheep within miles, so they must look elsewhere for prey. So that's the valley, and he actually shares, he reaches into his pocket as we untie him. He's like, if you can untie me, I can give you something. He reaches into his pocket, he pulls out this map. So he says, here you have the Wart. This is the great tower. Here, I believe, is an old abandoned homestead. This is the pool where Nelly Longarms likes to sleep. And here you have different paths. There's a hidden path here, although it's sometimes watched by trolls in these overlooks. And then there's a deadly pass here that this is where the trolls like to ambush their prey when we bring them. And their hoard is hidden somewhere back in the mountain here. I don't think it's in the Wart itself. I've looked, but you can give it a look yourself and see what you find. So that's the valley there, and so we have to decide now as a group how we're going to approach this. He tells us, there's Nelly Longarms, and she likes to sleep in the lake during the day, and she has two sons, one of whom is often on lookout duty, and another is often guarding the troll hall in the Wart, in the tower itself. So how do we want to do this? Do we want to approach along this way or the other way? There's the southern approach. And the southern approach, this path runs along the bank of the little stream. It was obviously cleared at some point, and in the last few years, rocks have been pulled aside and brambles cut to make the going easier. And the path was made clearly by the Tolgarth Heather's family. A successful hunting roll could determine that the path was restored more recently. So we could see about that. So we could take that path. There's a troll lookout where one of Nelly's sons may be stationed if they're expecting trouble, which they have no reason to think that there's trouble. So we don't know for sure. But there's also Ambush Gully, which he told us about, which is where they like to ambush their prey. And then there's also a hidden track. The hidden track is where is the hidden track? So the hidden track is right here. Yeah, right here. I see. So yeah, so that's the southern approach. That's Ambush Gully. This is the hidden track. It's a partially concealed trail that runs parallel to the south bank of the stream. Bracken, reeds, and earthen banks hide an unexpectedly deep-set trench. It was dug by the soldiers of Arthedain many centuries ago. And though it's mostly been filled in by river mud and stones that roll down from the hills, it's still the best way to move through the valley unseen. So we could gain a dice to any stealth rolls to pass undetected. So I'm a little bit torn on which path we should take. So I'm thinking maybe I'll use the telling table here. So with the telling table, I'll show you how this works. It's another table. It's in the Strider mode or the Strider mode supplement and or the Moria supplement. And so with the telling table, it's very simple. You ask a yes or no question and you determine the chance, and then you roll and it's a yes or a no. So what I could ask is maybe for Reginard, who I'm trying to roleplay all 4 of the characters, but I feel like I would, if I had to pick one, I'd probably go with Reginard. So if I could give like a free decision from Reginard, I think Reginard would say, I think we should check out this homestead and sort of survey the land before approaching the wart itself. We could always backtrack and check out the wart. Like, what do you say? And Reginard asks Amlaith what Amlaith thinks. So Amlaith could be really middling on this. So let's just say it's a middling chance of him saying, yes, I think we should do that. We'll see what he says. So on a 10, that means yes. So he thinks, yep, so a 6 or greater. So a 10 is greater than, that falls in that range of 6 or greater. So he says, yes, I think you're right. I think that would be a good a good way to go. And then I would say Frerin, we'll just say that he's mixed on it. We get an I, so he says no. He's and that says no with an extreme result or twist. So in fact, Frerin is like, no, absolutely not. We should check out the wart first and make sure that there's no one there. That we take care of whoever's there, because there's, from what Jari said, there should be at least one troll there. So if we know where the troll is, we should go and find the troll and take care of the troll first and foremost before moving on. And so he feels extremely strongly on that. And so Lôrwend, I'm going to say that Lôrwend actually agrees with that and says, yeah, I'm in agreement with Frerin, and I think we should go that way. So we're kind of split here, and I'm going to say Amlaith is going to be likely changing his mind to side with them, because he could tell that I was very uncertain, or that Reginard was very uncertain. So let's see if he's likely to change his mind. So on a 4 or higher, he got a 7. So yes, he changes his mind and says, yeah, I can see the wisdom in what you're saying. I think we should actually go that way. And so then Reginard says, you know what? I agree. That's good thinking. It's good to take, address the enemies that you know where they are instead of just leaving them out there. So let's go to the wart. So we decided to take the that southern approach, and then there would be if the trolls have been forewarned, then there could have been a troll on alert up here, but I don't think he is. There's no troll there, and so instead we're gonna go to Ambush Gully. So this narrow gully near the wart is the troll's preferred place to ambush intruders. The gully is so narrow that a troll can scramble over the rocks and block off any line of retreat, while the other trolls emerge from hiding and seize their victims. The advantageous terrain gains 1 dice to the troll's attacks, in addition to the usual benefits of ambush if they take the heroes by surprise. And as the goal of the trolls is to add food to their larder, they'll attempt to grab invaders instead of just killing them. But yeah, Diarmoc has warned us of its peril. And so as we approach Ambush Gully, what I'm going to say is that that there actually is one of the trolls we can see is up on the edge of this gully, and what appears to be sleeping under what's called a troll parasol, or a troll shawl. So what do they call them? Troll blanket. The trolls, trolls use troll shawls or troll hides, large heavy blankets made of cowhide or woven reeds, weighed down with mud and moss. If a troll's caught out in the open by the rising sun, it can, if it is fast enough, unfold a troll shawl and crawl beneath it, hoping that every inch of its hoary skin is hidden from the daylight and that no enemy finds the shawl and cuts a hole in it. So as we're going into as we're approaching this, we realize it's right there up on the edge of the gully, and it's sleeping. We can hear its snores. But we also see at this very moment clouds roll across the sky and cover the light of the sun. So in a quick moment, we realize this is dangerous. We need to actually go take care of this troll right now. And so we look at each other and we see that this troll's sleeping actually rather precariously. He's kind of stretched out as he's sleeping, and he looks like he could potentially be rolled down into the gully and potentially take great damage, and then we could actually go and fight him. And so what we decide is, what if we could sneak up on him and push him down? And so we look at each other and we say, yeah, let's do it. So everyone in the party has some stealth, and we're just going to attempt to sneak up on him. So we're going to make all together stealth rolls and see how it goes. So let's start with worst to best as far as stealth rolls. So Amlaith. Bad roll. 2 dice and a feat die. Has to hit 18. So he's coming up and trying to sneak up on this troll. Gets a 9. Fails. So he's going to be failing his stealth roll currently. Lôrwend has 3 dice. He's a 13. Gets a Gandalf. Succeeds. So Lôrwend is successfully sneaks up. Frerin, quite a bad one as well. Comes up and tries to sneak up on him. Fails. And finally, Reginard. Now, Reginard is rolling 2 dice. 2 feet dice, I should say. And 3 more dice. And he is going to, let me just think for a second. Frerin is going to support him. So even as Frerin's shoes are sort of kicking up stones and not being nearly quiet enough, Reginard sees exactly from Frerin's sort of work, and Frerin working ahead of Reginard in this way. Frerin turns back towards Reginard and sort of points down at his feet and makes sure that Reginard knows what he needs to do to stay quiet. And so Frerin is going to actually spend a hope to give 2 dice to Reginard. And Reginard is going to spend a hope. Oops, did I just... I think I might have just pulled off endurance. Let me see. So we got Reginard is spending a hope to give himself a dice. Frerin, I pulled from his endurance, not his hope. He's should be at 28, right? I don't know what I was doing there. He's going to spend a hope to support Frerin. I don't think he spent a hope before. Yeah, I think he's good. Spend hope to support him. So now it's going to be, it would normally be these dice. It's going to be one more from the hope that Reginard, and two more from Frerin. So if he could roll 2 6s, then he could, Reginard could help Frerin, and you can make up for Frerin and Amlaith failing their tests. So here we go. Sneaking up on this troll. Oh my gosh, let's go. Takes a 7. Two great successes to Tengwar. Totally succeeds at his roll. He just needs to get a 15. He got plenty enough. And so he uses both of these to actually succeed Amlaith and Frerin's failed tests. So basically he notices both of them starting to make a noise, and he kind of lightly springs ahead, catches both of them, and shows them a way to walk ahead in which they don't cause him to hear them. And so the troll is completely sleeping there. They sneak up, and all together they give him a great push. What we're gonna say is that Amlaith is gonna. I think the way we should do this is we'll make this a kind of skill endeavor. Yeah, we'll make this a skill endeavor of sorts. So when you do a skill endeavor, what you do is, instead of just doing a single test or everyone doing a test to make it happen, what you can do is you can set up a series of tests which might all be the same test. But what you do is you set how much time you have to do this thing, and you set how difficult of a task. I would say this is a daring task. So I think we need to get 6 successes. 6 successes. So it'd be 3 if it was simple, 6 if it's daring or difficult, and 9 would be really difficult. So it's just 6. We just need to roll him down. So we need 6 successes, and we're gonna be we're just gonna give ourselves a normal sort of time limit, or because we're trying to basically wake. He has the time that he gives us of him waking from his nap. So we're gonna have 4 tests that we can do. We'll say it's a normal amount of time. We'll say it's a not a lot of time. So we don't have enough time because we have to we'll say we have enough time. So I'll say that. So we have enough time. So it's gonna be 4 tests, and we need to get 6 successes. And we're gonna say that this that because we successfully snuck up on him, and none of us failed our stealth at all, that because of how he was positioned, even though this is a daring difficult thing to do normally, he is positioned such that he could be rolled down. So each of these tests, which I think are going to be athletics tests, are going to be advantaged with a single die. So here we go. I think we can just have Amlaith make the test, or at least to begin with. So Amlaith is going to make the first test to see if they get all together. They're pushing, but Amlaith will be the one to actually roll this. And we're going to give another dice just to represent that the entire party is pushing, but Amlaith pushes the most. So here we go. We need to get a 14. Gets 10, 15, gets a success with a Tengwar, so that's a great success. So that counts as 2 successes. So we have 1 of 4 tests we're doing. We need to get 6 successes out of them. We've gotten 2 of our 6. So I could do it. I could kind of show it like this. If we need to get 6 successes, we have 4 chances to do so. And on our first one, we got it, and we got 2 successes. So push, we push up against him. He starts to groan and move. Oh, sorry, he barely even actually starts to move as we like push him. We keep pushing hard. We got 9, 16. We succeeded, so we got one more success. Push, 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 push. He's starting to move. He starts to shift a little bit of like, what's going on here? It was his favored roll. So we have 2 feet dice. Yeah, we still have the 4 dice. Push! So Amlaith gives a shout of push as he starts to move. That's another success. It's one success. We need to get 2 successes here. And as we're pushing, let's see. As we're pushing, Frerin. No, let's see. Frerin has athletics, so he's gonna give a great dwarven roar and support him by spending a hope. So he spends a hope to support him in this roll. And Amlaith just calls on all of the strength in his body. He feels his body surge with the strength of his forefathers as he says, all together, push! Spends a hope to get one more success die. So here we go. He's a succeed and get at least a single 6 in here. Let's go! We get a great success. Oh, no! He succeeds at that test, but did not get the great the great success that we wanted. So we failed at the skill endeavor. So no, we need to get a resistance of 6. So we have a choice now. Do we take the failure or a success with woe? And we're totally taking a success with woe because I want this troll to fall down. So as we're pushing, Reginard sees Amlaith pushing with almost like a glow around him as he's pushing the troll. But Reginard, in a moment of insight, can see they just don't quite have the strength to do this. And he actually sees that right where the troll, they're trying to push the troll, there's actually a stone that's sort of like caught and is catching his leg and preventing them from pushing him off. And so Reginard, with courage, throws himself into the gap, pulls the stone away so that the troll can come loose. But in doing so, Reginard goes down with him. And the troll's leg catches him, and he goes flying down into the gully below. So they both fall into the gully, and they're going to take some damage. So let's pull this up. I believe that for this kind of damage, we would go back to the Lore Master section again. And there's basically special damage that you can take. So this is a tool for the Lore Master, which you have his sources of injury. This is going to be a fall, and it's going to be an endurance loss. So the endurance loss, this is going to be this is a fall of at least 30 feet. So it's going to be a severe fall. So for a severe fall, you just roll a dice like so. 3. And so Reginard is going to take 3 damage. Oof! Hits the ground and takes 3 damage from this fall. And we're going to say that in addition to that he is so 3 damage, so he's down to 19. That he is kind of stunned for a second, and he's going to be out of the first round of combat here. But the troll also is going to take, 10 endurance loss. Boom, he falls even harder and takes 10 damage. And combat is going to begin. So Amlaith and Lôrwend and Frerin all look with dismay as Reginard falls, but they see Reginard's not entirely terribly hurt, so they leap into combat. I'm thinking that Frerin and Amlaith have to like slide down to reach the troll, and Lôrwend though immediately pulls out her bow, knocks an arrow, and is gonna shoot at this troll. So let's see, the troll struggles to get up and like kind of dust itself off. So here we go. All right, we're fighting in the ambush gully. We're gonna fight one of the sons of Nelly Longarms. So for combat, we're actually gonna take the map here you've been seeing here, and we're gonna flip it. So flipping it over to the other side, boom, and this is the combat. I'm trying to center that as well as I can. The combat map. All right, and in the adversaries section here, we'll have the stone troll robbers is the what we use for the adversaries. So, all right, should be right in here. All right, so stone trolls, they're dull-witted. They have a hideous toughness. Let's see. Oh yeah, so if we would cause it to go to 0 endurance, instead of it's going to get a piercing blow, and it'll go back to half its maximum rating. So stone trolls, they hate dwarves. They have a horrible strength. They can have a yell of triumph. We'll see what all those do. But they have, over here, stone troll robbers. Stone troll robbers have 60 endurance. And this one just fell and lost 10 endurance. So it's down to 50 endurance. And let's see what we do. So at the start of this combat, Lôrwend is just going to release a shot. So this would be what's considered like a opening volley. So for an opening volley, Lôrwend, grab her paper here. Lôrwend has a bow with 2 dice. So she's going to have a feat die, 2 dice. And she has to hit a 14. So she's going to shoot at the stone troll. So she aims, fires, hits with a Gandalf symbol. That is awesome. Because a Gandalf symbol means that it's not just a hit, it is a piercing blow. So she pulls out her bow and just aims right for the troll's head. She probably could have actually gotten an extra die from the advantage. Yeah, because she should have advantage. The whole reason why they wanted to roll him down there so that they'd have an advantage against him instead of him having an advantage against them. So one more success dice. So it didn't matter, just wasn't a 6. Piercing blow. So piercing blow here. A piercing blow. We'll go to the combat section real fast. Piercing blow, yeah, it should be right here, is going to be a wound if the creature fails its protection roll. So for an adversary to make a protection roll, they have their armor rating. So they're going to roll a feat dice and 3 dice, and they have to hit the injury rating. So for Lôrwend, it's just a 14. Just a 14 that this troll has to hit. So on a 14, he won't take a wound. And he gets, oh my gosh, 5, 11, 12. He failed. Yes! So he takes a wound. He takes a wound, which is going to count. So, I mean, the troll has 2 might. So that means that he can take up to 2 wounds, and he'll die on that second wound. So he's going to take a wounded, And the bow, of course, deals its normal damage of 3 damage. So 3 damage to the troll, so it's down to 47 endurance. Wow. Incredible strike from Lôrwend, who's like I've said earlier was our worst fighter, but she did great there. So strikes him in the head. As the first round starts, we're gonna say that the troll is gonna get 1 less dice to its rolls because of being stunned from the fall, but he'll still be able to act in the first round. He also is going to be disadvantaged, so he'll have 1 less dice just because he's down. He's at this crazy disadvantage, being penned in the ambush gully as we kind of ambush him. And so what we'll do now is going into the first round, we will set everyone up here. So what I've got here is, I'm using these for our characters. Whoops. So we've got Lôrwend, Reginard, Amlaith, and Frerin. So what we're gonna do is Reginard, since he can't really act, he's gonna stay in defensive mode, defensive stance. Lôrwend is up. This isn't just like accurate to their positioning on the battlefield. This is just showing their stances. But Lôrwend is going to be in rearward position up on at the top of the gully and shooting down into it. And then I think we want to have Amlaith be in open position, and Frerin will be in open position as well. And then the troll will be here and we'll be engaging them. So we're gonna say that Reginald, sort of where he rolled, he's sort of out of the fight, so he's not even engaged with the troll at this moment. I'll put him over here. And of course Lôrwend is up here. We've got Frerin and Amlaith, who are gonna both be in open stance fighting the troll. Open stance means that you neither add nor subtract dice from your attacks and the attacks of enemies towards you. Whereas in defensive mode, you would add 1 to your, or they would have to take away 1, but you also take away 1. And in forward, you add 1, but they add 1. So that's how that goes. When you're in open position, I have to remember what the special action that you can take. You can take, I think, Rally, which let me see what Rally does. So a rallying action, there's a combat task that you could do instead of attacking. So rally action, let's see what this is. Where is this? Rally is right here. Here we go. Rally comrades. You could attempt to rally your comrades. You could do an enhearten roll. On a successful roll, all members of the company fighting in a forward stance gain 1 dice on their attack rolls in the following round. If the roll produces a single success icon, then all those fighting in open stance gain the same bonus. And if a roll produces 2 success icons or more, the bonus is applied to all player heroes. So I think what we'll do is we'll have Amlaith rally his comrades. So yeah, he's gonna just say something rallying we've done the hard part. Now let's finish the job. So he's gonna roll. He's got just a single dice and a feat dice. Well, he has a favored roll, so he'll have the best of these 2, and he has to hit a 13. So he's gonna do that first, and he gets. Oh no, he fails at it. So he does not succeed. It would have been just a 9. So he tries to rally his comrades, but They see Reginard, wow, why am I blanking? Reginard rolled over to the side, kind of still getting up from being stunned. And Frerin is too focused on just taking his first hit on this troll. So he fails to rally them. Frerin comes in and swings at the troll. So for Frerin, he is going to have 3 dice because of his axes, plus the feat dice. He's going to have 1 more dice because of the advantage that they have in this ambush gully. So here we go. He could kill the troll right here. Oh, no. Let's see. So luckily, despite this Eye of Sauron, he's getting an 18, which is more, if you know, hits his 14 target number. So he succeeds. But this Eye of Sauron's terrible because this means that he's not going to be able to turn it into a piercing blow with that 6. So instead, the 6 is just going to be dealing probably a what's called a heavy blow. So normally Frerin would deal 8 damage, but with his great axe. But with the heavy blow, he deals another 6. Plus, since it's two-handed, he deals 1 more. So he's dealing a total of 15 damage. 15 damage to this troll, down to 32. Jeez. Boom. Smacks a huge, just whips his great axe against like the legs of the troll and just howls in pain. Lôrwend is going to, is she good with scanning? Yeah, she is pretty good with scanning. She's going to attempt to scan for a weak point in the troll so that she can get a killing blow on this. So for scan, she rolls, it's a favored roll with 2 dice. She has to hit a 13. Scanning. Oh my gosh. Oh, she got it. So we pull away the eye. She gets 4 plus 6 plus 3. That's exactly 13. She succeeds with a great success. So great success when you do a scan roll, I think is an extra die. So the scan means, here we go, scan's over here. So, the prepare shot. So she prepares her shot. On a successful roll, gains 1d on her next ranged attack, plus 1 for every success icon rolled. So Lôrwend is going to have basically a plus 3 with the advantage, with advantage included. So she's going to have a great shot next turn. But now the troll strikes. So the troll just whips out and attacks both Amlaith and Frerin. So going back to this section, the stone troll has 1 less dice because of the disadvantage, 1 less dice for this round only because it's still stunned from its fall. But it's going to first swings against Frerin because Frerin hit it and it's has a hatred of dwarves. So against dwarves, its combat rolls are actually favored. So it's going to roll this, and Frerin's parry is 14. So on a 14, the troll's going to hit Frerin. So it doesn't use this, uses the 5. 8 misses. So he swings his club and misses Frerin. He held onto his club somehow in the he really is tight with his club. He held onto it while he was sleeping. Slept like a log, but the log happened to be his club that he was holding onto. So he roars and turns towards Amlaith and tries to smash Amlaith instead. So rolls just these dice. A 9 is not good enough for Amlaith's 16 parry, and so he misses Amlaith as well. So now, going into the next round, that was a whole round. Lôrwend is now going to have an incredible shot. Reginard stumbles up and moves into fight, and I think that they're all going to be in forward position and just try and kill this troll now. So first of all, Frerin will swing again with his great axe. He gets an extra dice for his attack, and he needs to get a 14, I believe. No, yeah, 14 for Frerin. Let's see, that's close. Let's see, 10, 14, 16. gets it with another special success. So he can do another 15 damage to the troll. Boom, just kind of like sweeps his axe up and like rips out part of the troll's groin. It roars in anger. It's down to 17 health, which remember, it won't necessarily kill it. We'll see what happens. 17. Reginard comes in with a yell and tries to stab. Actually, he should have rolled one more die because of being in forward position. Wow. Nothing happened for that. But now Reginard has 3 dice, +1 because of the advantage, +1 because of forward stance. And he comes in and just tries to stab the troll. Gets a Eye of Sauron, so he gets 8, 10, 17. Does get a hit, and is just going to deal just 3 damage. So just 3 damage, down to 14 with his little sword. It's not nothing. It could mean the difference, truly. Because now Amlaith comes in swinging. He's abandoned the rallying and just comes in to attack. He also is going to have a total of 5 dice because of the 3 +1 because of advantage, +1 because of the stance. Here we go. Gets a, oh no, it's a bad roll. 8, 10, 17. He gets it, but with no successes. So he just swings in and catches 4 more damage on the troll. It's down to 10. So we'll see what Lôrwend can do here. I am curious if Lôrwend can successfully kill it here. She might be able to, because she's rolling normally a feat dice, normally 2 dice, 1 more dice because of her advantage, 2 more dice because of having scanned and seen a weakness, and she thinks that she can get a killing blow on the troll right here. She needs to get a 14. Here we go. Gets 14, gets enough, has a 6. And now the question is what she wants to do here. I think because she rolled an 8 on her feat dice, she's going to want to, let's pull back to the combat section. I think she's going to want to use the pierce for her with her special success die. So instead of doing a heavy blow, because for her, oh wait, it actually almost doesn't matter. Almost doesn't matter, but she's gonna do this. So she'll deal 3 damage with the bow, down to 7. And if she needed to, she could actually have done a heavy blow, brought it down to 0, and that would have then counted as a piercing blow. And if he survived, he would have gone back up to half health. But we're not gonna do that. I think it's strategically better for us to do this as a pierce. The pierce says, with bows, you get a +2 if you spend the success icon. Basically, turn this 8 into a 10 for the purposes of then since it's a 10, it becomes a piercing blow. And so, as a piercing blow, he now has to make that protection roll, and hopefully he fails it. So, let's see. So this is Lôrwend. It's still just a 14 injury. This troll is totally going to spend a hate. He probably should have spent some hate on his attacks, but I think he was pretty far out from actually dealing any damage. So here he's going to go. He's going to roll feat dice, 3 dice, and then 1 more because of the hate. So he's going to spend 1 hate. So 7 out of 8 hate. Here we go. Arrow pierces into him, and does it kill him, or did he blink just in time to kind of smash the arrow out? This is amazing for us. Okay, so watch this. 3, 6, 8. A Gandalf's rune would be a automatic success for us, but it flips for baddies, and this becomes a 0, like an Eye of Sauron would be. So this means that he got a total of just 8. Even when using hate, he got an 8 only. So did not get the 14. And so Lôrwend's arrow just pierces right through its skull. And he just, with a great shout and stumbling around, he just collapses and falls falls dead in the bottom of this ravine. Oh my gosh, yes! So successful combat, killed one of the trolls. That was awesome. Great job there. So successfully killed this troll. I won't even flip this page yet because we might go back to some more combat. So yeah, killed one of the trolls. And by the way, I'm thinking that we trusted Diarmoc what was it? Diarmoc and Jari to sort of keep watch and hold back from our doings right now. Diarmoc has sort of a new light in his eyes, especially because then we come back to them and they see that we've defeated the first of the trolls, and Diarmoc suddenly, his whole like countenance shifts, and you can tell, and Jari sort of looks even more nervous of like, I'm on their side now, but I hope Diarmoc doesn't like hurt me. So even when we leave Diarmoc and Jari alone, Jari is very submissive now to Diarmoc, who's very confident that we can do this. These heroes will do what they promised to do. So, all right. So moving on. So we continue down the gully at this point, having defeated this troll. Everyone sort of dusts themselves off, and they make sure that Reginard is doing okay after his fall. He's like, it's fine. His glasses have to get kind of like fixed because they're sort of bent out of shape. And so then they move on. So we move on to the Wart. So just a little bit of details about the Wart. In days of old, the followers of the King of Arthedain wrought fortifications of earth and stone in this valley. They dug trenches and tunnels and piled the earth from them to make the Wart. A tower once stood atop it, built in the last years of the kingdom. It was crudely made in comparison to other castles raised by the men of Westerness. That tower is long gone, but its wells and cellars remain. The trolls have claimed the largest of these as their hall, in shelter here during the day. Side tunnels look from the flanks of the west out over the valley, although the trolls cover the mouths of these tunnels with curtains of woven reeds and cloth. The Wart's covered with scraggly grass and furze. If the weather is rainy, the hillside turns into a muddy morass. There is a trail up to the top of the hill that was partially paved long ago and is still the best way up. And I would say it is a little rainy, like a little bit of a rain starts to fall with those clouds that had come across the sky. And so it's really muddy as we approach the Wart and enter into the ruins. So these are the remains of the ancient watchtower that once guarded the valley. Trolls lurk amid the weathered stones by night. Worn bas-reliefs once depicted kings and heroes of the North Kingdom, but are now little more than vague shapes in stone. One carving is surprisingly readable. So as we're walking through, we see this stone bas-relief of King Argaleb II, his right hand offering shelter to a hobbit, while his left hand is outstretched in admonition towards the east. Another pair of carvings facing west were once images of King Elendil and his son Isildur. A staircase leads down to the troll hall under the hill. The trolls keep watch over this staircase during the day if they suspect intruders have come to their valley. However, the trolls do not know about the other way down into their troll hall, a narrow shaft once used for bringing supplies up from the cellars is mostly hidden by fallen stones. So what I'm thinking is that we descend that staircase down to the troll hall. Troll hall, this was once the cellars of the watchtower. Now it is a fetid and foul troll hall, troll hole, a veritable troll hall even. The sons of Nelly Longarms have taken the cellars as their main stronghold, and it is here they shelter from the hated sun. The ceiling of the hall is low and bulges alarmingly in several places. The floor is a mess of broken bones and other filth. And there's always at least one troll here. During the day, all the sons may be gathered here, bar any lookouts on the ridge. And so as we're walking down here, we can just sense there is a troll here in this place. And we look at the roof. We can see like that the roof, with a prodigious effort, we could collapse the ceiling of the troll hall and bury everyone in the chamber beneath, many tons of earth and stone. And an athletics roll with a magical success could certainly bring down the ceiling. So as we come down the stairs, the whole company, we're on high alert, but Amlaith sort of motions to his side as if to say, like, don't draw swords yet. Let's see what we come across. And as we enter into the hall, there's a large shape at the end of the hall of this troll, of this disgusting, reeking troll hall. And this large shape of black, sort of outlined in a bit of red shadow behind it, and this voice says, "I know you're here." And it's a troll. It's a troll sitting there, and he slowly turns. And his just awful face. He looks older than the troll that we killed in the ambush gully. He looks older, wiser, sadder, and he looks over at us, and he says something like, "Have you come to kill me too?" And so we can sense that he must have heard the clatter of swords in the gully. Whoops, sorry. Abrupt shift there. My camera ran out of battery power. And I realized also at that moment how late it had just gotten. So I just reviewed what I had remaining in the adventure, and I played out a little bit more of it, and then I'm going to summarize the rest of it. So I think it cut out just as I was describing that there was this troll at the end of the troll hall, and it was saying, like, have you come to kill me? What ended up happening before I realized that the camera was off was that Amlaith stepped up and began to speak, and then Reginard, sorry, I always almost say Reginald. Reginard, Goodbody, stepped up and convinced this troll to leave them alone. It was a great speech. I'm sorry it wasn't on camera. I'm not going to try and do it again. It was all off the top of my head. Great speech. Convinced this troll to go back north and just live. So they basically resolved that fight without a fight. They were able to convince him to leave and go north, and he did. He just walked out, went north. And so they continued to explore the troll hall a little bit, but found evidence that the Hoard, the Hoard was not there, but rather somewhere up in the mountain here. Then they exited, and then seeing the second troll leave, Dame, I'm bad at names right now. Dame. Who's our guy? Dame. So Diarmoc. Said we need to go save my family. Like he was so happy to see the second troll, the last of the troll sons walk off, and he knows my family is in the middle of the lake, but Nellie Longarms is in the lake. She's going to attack us if we go out there. But Jari says, I know she's going to attack, but Diarmoc, I'm sorry I led you into this situation, and I'm going to lead you guys out there. We need to make this happen. And Diarmoc gives a thankful look at Jari, who shows them who knows that there's a boat on the other side. So they actually backtrack along the valley, or cross somehow across the valley, and went up and actually went through these farmsteads because they knew that they would actually be able to find this this boat over here. And as they were going, they actually came across this little girl, ended up being this girl, Skilda Heather. So Skilda Heather, who's only 8 years old. She's seen more tragedy than most folk, 10 times her age. She was out gathering firewood when the long fingers of the shadows of the hills touched the farmstead, and out of the shadows came the trolls. She hid and watched the monsters capture her family. She hid and waited until they left the farmhouse before returning to the ruins of her home. She knew all the stories about trolls and how they could not bear the touch of sunlight, and thought she would be safe if she waited until dawn. Then came that terrible moment when the night air filled with the smell of roasting meat. Since then, Skilda's survived by keeping clear of the trolls, scavenging food from the trampled ruins of her family's winter stocks, and living off berries and roots. She debated setting off for Bree, in her mind a place as wondrous and mythical as Numinos or drowned Gondolin, but does not know the way. So she stayed in the valley she knows. When Diarmoc and his kin arrived, she thought they might help her, but then to her horror, they too were captured by the trolls, and she dared not try to rescue them. Skilda knows about the hidden boat and the secret way into the troll hall. So she knows about this hidden boat. So we took the hidden boat then. So we met with her. Diarmoc cared for her. And so then actually, this is Jari who said, I'll lead you up on the boat. Jari took us out on the boat. Diarmoc stayed back to protect Skilda, and because the boat couldn't hold that many. But he, tearfully said, like, you need to save my family. They're out there on the raft. And so we went out on the boat on the lake, and then just as we were almost to the raft where his family and servants were kept on the raft, suddenly his arms reached up out of the water, and boom, Jari pulled underwater, grabbed by Nellie Longarms, who's this horrifying troll reaching up out from the water. And the clouds are well and truly over the sun now, so she's able to reach up without trouble. And then that led into a battle, which I did play out a full battle with Nellie Longarms, and we defeated her with Amlaith dealing the killing blow, killing wound. And I think it was actually Reginard who dealt one of the earlier wounds to her, because you need to get 2 wounds to defeat her. And she did some awful stuff. She used some dreadful spells to cause a thick mist, and she had this sudden strike that gave her favored rolls, and it was a bunch of crazy stuff. But it was not too bad because we were just fighting one troll at a time. It was not too bad, and we didn't capsize our boat, which was totally a possibility if we'd rolled an eye, and we did not roll an eye. So that was a crazy battle that went really well for us. It could have gone really badly, and it went really well. And so then from then on, I'm just gonna summarize what I imagine would have happened next, which is we would have saved Diarmoc's family. He's so thankful for us having saved them. And we would have then also met this aide unlooked for, Orithel, who's a ranger of the north. And he would have said, for I was talking aloud to myself, a habit of the old, they choose the wisest person present to speak to. The long explanations needed by the young are wearying. Orithel looks like a woman in her 60s, gaunt and careworn, with a lined face like old leather and thinning gray hair she hides beneath a dark hood. She is older than she looks, and of late she feels old in her bones. Still, there's too much to be done for her to retire to the relative safety of the Ranger Haven. She can smell a change in the east wind, and these younger ravens are too soft and green to be trusted with the duty of watching over the old kingdom. Orithel is an adept hunter and tracker, relentlessly practical and determined. She has a sharp tongue and little practice for fools of any sort. She dresses in the simple travel-worn garb of the Rangers without any distinguishing marks or sigils, save one. She carries an especially fine dagger with a hilt in the form of a coiling dragon with rubies for eyes. This blade is an heirloom of her family and is called Dragon Tooth. She intends to pass it on to her daughter when the time is right. She's stern and wise. And what happens is that she has been tracking the trolls for some weeks, and she had been considering the best way to deal with this dangerous group of enemies. And she was watching the trolls' moves. She knows most of the trolls make their lair in the Wart, but had a bad feeling about the waters of the lake. And she saw us basically get involved with the trolls and kill the one troll, drive out the other troll, defeat Nelly Longarms. And she came down and she's been speaking with Diarmoc and with little Skilda, Heather, who we found. And so we meet up with her and basically, chat with her. And it sounds like she thinks that Skilda could have a place with the Ranger Haven. She could become fall in with the Rangers and be trained to be a warden. And she clearly has many skills of survival and being on her own, and so she could be great. And Amlaith, of course, is very deferential to Orthel, and Orthel sort of has an interesting relationship with him because she's sort of the epitome of a ranger who can take care of herself and wants to be on her own and doesn't trust people. But she respects Amlaith and kind of likes that he's so different from every other ranger, but not in like a incompetent way, but just very, very, very different heart. So we have this whole encounter with Orthel, but before heading home, we allow Orthel to take Skilda back, and we ask that we get updates on Skilda's well-being. Jari, I'm going to say that during the combat he was pulled under, but then actually it turned out that he was not fully dead from being pulled under. We killed Nelly fast enough that we were able to then drag him to shore and revive him. And so now he's fully on a path of he wants redemption. He sort of had a death and new life, sort of a baptism through this experience, and now he says he wants to go and redeem himself and set out on a new way. He remembers what Amlaith said about he could be a good dwarf. He could be a different dwarf. And he's going to try and go on a tour of forgiveness and forgiving and asking for forgiveness from all the people who he feels has hurt him and who he knows whom he has hurt. And so Jari is on a path of redemption. Diarmoc and his kinfolk, they say, with the trolls wrested from the valley, like they're going to attempt to take this and make it a sanctuary. Like they've survived the worst this place could have. It's only uphill from here. So I think that they're going to begin to rebuild a sanctuary in this valley that could actually be a place for us. And actually Orthel expresses some interest in that too. She says, I will keep watch in these hills, and you can always call on me if you need help here. Now that the company has driven out the trolls, it shouldn't be so hard to at least try and keep an eye on any trouble coming into the valley. And so that's sort of all is well. It ends well for all of those different folks. And so the last kind of, I think, two things would be before we head home, we find Nelly's treasure. So this is concealed in Nelly's den. So we find her den in the shallows of the lake is a cache of treasure. And some of these coins she brought down from the Trollshaws, and others her sons found in the Wart. The rest she stole along the way from the Heathers or from Diarmoc's kinfolk or from other victims. This is a lesser hoard. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to pull up the rules for a lesser, or for finding a hoard, and we'll determine that before the end of this scenario. So here we go. Let's pull up. Where is this? I'm sure it's in the Lore Master Tools, I'm assuming. I don't think it's in the world. I think it's, oh yeah, here we go. Hoards, 158. So 158, it's going to have hoards. So check this out. 158. I've never done this piece, but I think it should be easy enough. So with a lesser hoard, I believe what you do is you should the value of the hoard in treasure points is determined by rolling from 1 to 3 success dice based on its type, and by multiplying the result by the number of player heroes in the company. So here we go. Rolling, it's a 4 times 4. So 16 is the treasure value. And luckily we have all those ponies from Jari who can help pull it back. So that we have plenty of space to bring back the treasure. I don't remember what you do with treasure points, like what those are then normally translated into. But we carrying treasure. I don't really remember what the value of having a treasure value is. I'll actually have to look that up later, but we should have 16 treasures. So I'm gonna actually put that down on Reginard's notes here, since he's sort of covering for the fellowship. So he's gonna have, we're gonna say treasure is gonna be 16. And then what also happens is we roll to see if there was a magical treasure. So we roll the feat dice twice. And what there is for each Gandalf rune and Eye of Sauron result, it's going to be a magical piece of treasure. Hey, so we rolled a Gandalf rune. That's great, because so my original plan had been that if there didn't end up being either of these being a roll of a Gandalf rune or a Eye of Sauron, I was just going to say that there was a wondrous item or a marvelous artifact or whatever, but it was going to be cursed. So in this case, I don't think it will be cursed. So it looks like we will then roll to see what this is. So to find out exactly what each piece is, the players must roll on the magical treasure table above. So on a 1 to 3, it would be a marvelous artifact. 4 to 5 would be a wondrous item. And on a 6, it'd be a famous weapon or armor. So we rolled a 2. So it's going to be a marvelous artifact. And the description is it's an enchanted object graced by a blessing. And if it had been found on an eye result, we would have gained a shadow from greed. So it's going to be a marvelous artifact. And let's see what this is. So creating precious objects. Precious objects are gemstones, jewels, and other valuable ornaments whose main quality could be a particular significance as a family heirloom or antique, or an extraordinary and enchanting beauty, possibly due to a prodigious level of craftsmanship or a subtle virtue. So the value of a precious object in treasure points is the amount that the lore master assigns to it out of the rating generated for the hoard discovered by the company, but its inclusion in the game might serve a different purpose. Out of the rating, interesting. So you could like give, if the treasure hoard was 16, I assume you could assign part of that. So it was this, for example, a golden crown found among the ruins of an ancient castle on the hills of Rudar may have more than a simple monetary value if it's brought to someone able to recognize it as a relic from a familiar past. Should a player hero make a gift or otherwise offer such an item to members of a folk whose tradition harkens back to the time when the item was crafted, they would receive a bonus amount for sentimental value in return. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly how to assign exactly its value, but I'm assuming that, I think that it was saying that out of that 16 treasure value that we rolled, we could, for example, give it like a 6, I think. So we only have 10 other like treasure value, but 6 of it is contained like in this precious object. So for this marvelous artifact that we're making, here's what we can do. So I think what we do, what's this precious object tables? Precious, oh, interesting. Precious objects are gemstones. So I'm like a little confused as to whether precious objects means that like the the treasure that we gained is actually just precious objects like this, or if, because it sounds like you also have then these marvelous artifacts. Objects included in the category possess characteristics that mortals wouldn't hesitate to call magical. Cloaks that hide their wearers from observing eyes. War horns capable of setting fear in the hearts of enemies and joy in the hearts of friends. Staves blessed with virtues of finding and returning. Such objects are wound about with powerful enchantments called blessings. An object possessing one blessing is called a marvelous artifact, while one possessing two blessings is a wondrous item. A single blessing bestowed upon an object lets its bearer affect the result of all rolls made using a specific skill. An object possessing two blessings will then modify the outcome of two different skills. Cool. So the bearer of a marvelous artifact or wondrous item gains 2 dice when making rolls using the skill corresponding to its blessing and allows the player hero to achieve a magical success. Whoa, that's cool. So what we're going to do is, this is going to be rare and unique, and we'll see what this is. So it's a marvelous artifact. What we'll do is, on the blessing table, to determine which skill is affected by a blessing, the lore master rolls a success die twice. The first roll selects the skill group. The second roll identifies the affected skill. The procedure must be repeated if the object is a wondrous item bestowed with 2 blessings. So let's roll. So it's going to be, on a flat surface, 4. So it's going to be survival skills. It's going to be healing. Interesting. So it's going to be a healing item. And in brackets are listed options to help the lore master in choosing the type of object discovered. So this could be, it could be unusual, as potions and salves quickly lose their virtue. So this would be an unusual healing item. I'm imagining it is like a relic, like a relic of like a very virtuous person from the days of the king. And it could even actually be a relic of the king. What was his name? Who we saw the bas relief, King Argaleb II. So it could be like the knuckle bone of King of Argaleb. And it's like, if you like essentially pray with it, it can add 2 dice to a healing roll. So the knuckle bone of Argaleb is what we're going to call it. And this is just going to be a marvelous object for us. So who would get this? I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be Amlaith. I think we'll just give it to Amlaith since he is, the hands of the healer, right? And this is going to be in his gear, basically. So knuckle bone of King Argaleb II. Healing. All right, so he has this special healing ability. It's going to be really handy. And they have that treasure. So again, I was a little unsure where the precious objects come in. I might need to look that up further. I don't know if the precious objects almost made it. I could just be missing something because it's late. But yeah, I don't know if we get special precious objects as well, and that's sort of what the treasure consists of, or where the what is the point of having 16 treasure value from a hoard. I'm not certain of that right now, but we got the knuckle bone of King Argaleb II, and that's what matters. So, all right, so. And which that makes sense. It was probably, it probably was there in like as a special relic kept in this tower with that bas relief of King Argilev II, and then it just it found its way into the horde of Nelly Longarms after they had sort of raided the Tower of all its things. So that is that, and that is the horde. And so finally, there is really just the fellowship phase. So we return home. We don't have to narrate out. I don't think there's any reason to have to narrate out the journey home. We leave in the valley. We leave Diarmoc and his family. We say goodbye to Orathel, who is taking Skilda to be with the Rangers and see if she's a fit for being raised among the Rangers. We say goodbye to Jari, who is going on his redemption quest, and we head back to Bree, and happy to have done our first quest as a company, as Gandalf had asked us. And so we can head back and I think have a fellowship phase occurrence. So in the fellowship phase, I really haven't physically done a fellowship phase yet, so this is gonna be fun to see what happens here. With a fellowship phase, here we go. So a few things happen. So it marks the conclusion of each adventuring phase, and as such, ideally takes place at the end of a gaming session. Otherwise, you can open a new session and proceed the next adventuring phase. So you set a duration, you choose a destination, you perform updates, you choose undertakings. And so we're going to say it lasts just probably a couple weeks of, even just a week. Just give me a week. This is going to be a quick fellowship phase. Now that it's been determined, where are they going to spend it? They're going to spend it mainly in Bree, unless individual players need to go do something. But just back in Bree, where where we have some places to stay and friends to be with. So we'll hang out in Bree, and we don't really have any other sanctuaries yet. So that's what we'll do. Perform updates. So players can add to their skills and combat proficiencies and acquire new valor or wisdom ranks. And additionally, there's training, there's growth, there's spiritual recovery. Let's see. So during each fellowship phase, all player heroes automatically recover a number of hope points equal to their heart score, and they recover them all at Yule. So I think everyone is going to recover all the hope that they spent, because they didn't spend that much. And that's heart. And then choose undertakings. There's no way to remove that shadow, right? Unless you just eventually take a shadow bout. I believe so. So choose undertakings. So you choose a few things you might do. So everyone normally does a number of activities based on whether it's just an ordinary one or if it's Yule. So for an ordinary one, I think you just do one of these, pretty sure. Or it's one, how does it go? It's one plus free ones. Let's see. So the company will choose a maximum of 2 undertakings and a number of undertakings equal to the number of player heroes plus 1 during Yule. Players must always select different undertakings unless they are marked as Yule activities. Such endeavors can be chosen by any number of player heroes. So we have 2 plus 4. Yeah, so 6 different undertakings that we can do. And these would include things like gathering rumors. So we could receive a rumor from the lore master. How do you do free undertakings? It's a lot. There's a lot to go through. I forget how the free undertakings go. So we can gather rumors. So I'm assuming that we'll gather a rumor of maybe, I mean, honestly, even just like the next of the next adventure. We could meet with Gandalf if we wanted to. And what would happen there? I'm thinking we can play that out next time, but we should meet with Gandalf. We could ponder maps. Strengthen fellowship. What happens there? Raise the fellowship rating by +1. And write a song for sure. And study magical items if we could find someone to help us understand the knucklebone of King Argaleb. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things. So I think that works. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to look at this when I'm not so tired. I'm quite sleepy from this long time. So maybe I'll start off my next session actually going through all those. But we also have updates. So I'd have to see how many experience points we get. But we would have gotten like, I was thinking like that was 4 different parts technically in here. You know, part 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it could be fair to say that was essentially what might have been up to 3 sessions worth of activities. I think that's actually fair to say. And so we would have gotten, I think, like 9 adventure points and 9 skill points to spend. I'm just gonna put those all into our onto our sheets to spend later. And because of the fellowship boost we should have 7 fellowship points to spend. So 9, 9, 7. And I think we're gonna want to spend some of them soon or now because I really want to check out the cultural virtues and get those going. But I won't do that tonight because it is late and I am very sleepy. So so that is it. That's the fellowship phase. There's a lot to go into there, especially with 4 characters, a little overwhelming. But that is fun, and that was the Hoard. I guess I gotta look up that and maybe Google a couple answers for like the precious objects. But this was super fun, and again, sorry for like the break in play. It was so fun to be going, but now this video is honestly probably over 4 hours long, which is insane. So I don't even know, but I hope you enjoyed watching this. We covered a whole heckin' lot. So at the very least, I hope that was good, and I hope that you really enjoyed this, and we'll see. I might need to break up future adventures into smaller pieces, smaller videos, but this was really fun to do, and thank you so much for watching. Bye. Hi again, sorry. Just to add one more thing, in the spirit of J.R.R. Tolkien, I thought I would add a brief appendix to cover 2 things that I thought needed to be covered. In the light of day, I was just really not happy with how we'd covered both the treasure from the Hoard and the Fellowship, which are 2 different systems that I had never actually done in live play, and I thought I understood them better than I did, and I made some promises at the beginning that you would come away having interacted and understood those mechanics. So very briefly, I wanted to cover 2 things. I think I came to understand both of them quite well, actually. So with treasure, a few things. I was wondering, I had said that I was just not clear on what is the purpose of treasure, and I realized that first and foremost, treasure really just adds to the basic treasure level of players and can contribute to a rise in standard of living. So actually what you should be doing is with someone like Frerin, he's got 90 treasure. If you see that in underneath the traveling gear, he has a rank of 90 because he's prosperous as a dwarf. Reginard would only start off with, there you go, 30, but he gains 4. And we're going to say that Frerin gave his to Lôrwend, who goes up from 0 to 8 because she only had frugal standard of living. And Amlaith was also frugal and went from 0 to 4. And so what that could do is that could eventually contribute to a rise in a standard of living for them. There are other things you can do with it. Namely, I know for sure you can use treasure eventually when you are raising an heir. You have to spend some treasure for that. And that's the main use of treasure. Although these precious objects, this was not clear to me at first, but essentially what you're doing is you are translating some of the treasure points into a precious object. And the point of that is to do a couple of things. It's one way that you can actually take a large amount of treasure that might be difficult for it to be carried and travel, and turn it into something that has a much smaller load item, a load rank, but is worth more treasure. So like a necklace that might be like worth 3 treasure points, but it only is either negligible load or it's 1 load or whatever it is. And so you can sort of change that valuation of the load of treasure. And additionally, it's something that becomes sort of like a useful item where it's a mechanical thematic thing that maybe at some point you could trade it in or discover something about it, or it becomes something that sort of adds to the role playing. So for example, with Lôrwend, I decided to give her a precious object as part of that treasure. So what I did is I rolled on these tables right here. I rolled randomly, got ring, got over here green crystal, and I got elves Reginard for the craftsmanship. And so what she has a green crystal ring of elvish make from Reginard, and it is I give it 2. Basically 2 of the treasure value is assigned to it. So 2 of her 8 treasure, because again, Frerin just gave her the treasure that he had. He doesn't care for it and she likes it. So, and she needs it more because he's prosperous and she's poor. So she has this part 2 of the value of her 8 treasure value is basically contained in this ring. And so at some point, who knows, that ring could take on some thematic narrative significance. So I thought that was really cool actually. And that's literally it. That was the Hoard stuff that I was not clear on. And I thought that was really cool that you can sort of change the treasure to make it something that could be more portable, or actually it could be something that's actually less portable. You could actually find a great statue or some huge weapon, or something that's like a actually difficult to travel with, or maybe actually has to stay in one place, or that sort of thing. So I thought that was cool that the treasure can be a little bit loose or adjusted that way. That's Hoards. All right, then into the fellowship phase, I had been unclear on that as well. I think that's over here, but I believe that I got to some clarity on the fellowship phase. So yeah, over here. So one thing I got wrong was that the undertakings, well, I'll talk about that, but there's fewer undertakings than I thought are assigned. So one thing is I actually went through and did the updates, so just to share the updates that I did with, well, actually, back up one more time. I decided to give each of them 12 points of adventure points and skill points, because that would have been originally my thought was to give 12 and 12. And then I just thought maybe that's too much. I went with 9 and 9. And then again, in the light of day, I was like, that was a freaking long session. I think that was well worth 12 points of adventure points and skill points. And I've heard that this adventure gets really crazy at the end. So I was like, I'm fine with these characters getting stronger by the end of this campaign. And so 12 and 12, and then I spent their points. So it cost 12 adventure points for Lôrwend to advance her bows. And then she also spent 12 skill points to advance her scan, because she really used that scan ability to good use. And I think that could be actually really cool for her to use in the future. So that was basically her use of points. Amlaith increased his Enhearten from 1 rank to 2, so it cost 8 skill points, and that would just clearly was his best skill for non-combat encounters. For talking with people. That's how he talks with people, is really enheartening people. And then he also spent 8 points to add a reward. Actually, I should write that down right here, but keen. So this sword is now keen. And he gave it a name, Veilbane, because it was the sword that killed Nelly. And by the way, Lôrwend named her bow Stone Seeker, because she also killed a troll with her bow. So that was the two of them. And then there was Frerin, who saved all of his adventure points. I think because he wants to maybe increase his axe rank from 3 to 4, which will cost even more adventure points than he has. And then for his skills, though, he increased his stealth from 1 to 2 because he realized he was kind of lagging behind everyone else in stealth, and thought that would help the party out in that way. Oh, and he named his sword Gnasher, which I thought was interesting. It's sort of a play on words because it's sort of like gnashing of teeth, but also is kind of like the orcish word for fire. I think is ganache or nosh, and so he calls it Gnasher. Is his great axe, which his axe is awesome. Reginard spent all of his skill points to increase, I believe it was song. I think he went up in song from 2 to 3. And then he used 8 of his adventure points to get a virtue. He got a cultural virtue, small folk, which actually gives him +2 parry whenever he's being attacked by a creature that's larger than himself, which in the rules it called out that's basically everyone. So I just added it on here and I called it out as it's, unless enemy is not bigger. But yeah, he's gonna have increased parry because of being small folk. And so that was him. A couple other changes is he changed out his book of maps to a tea tin, just because he loves tea so much. And I still have it as helping him with travel, but that's pretty loose. We could see if it actually helps him with travel, or if it helps him with maybe courtesy, or if it helps him with healing or insight. There could be a number of ways it could be used. I'm not quite certain yet how he'll use his tea as a useful item. So that was him. A couple of other things. They recovered all their fatigue. All of them had only spent a tiny bit of hope, especially with that extra hope they had. So they all gained that. And then one thing that's interesting is that with the updates, it says here spiritual recovery, is that if the company's actions can be considered to have at least marginally interfered with the return of the shadow, each player hero removes 1 shadow point. But I decided, you know what? No, I feel like I was generous with the company in all sorts of ways. I won't do that. I am going to not say that really interfered with the shadow. This is just these trolls, pretty unconnected to the working of the great enemy and the return of the shadow. So I'm not going to say that they remove any shadow. So Reginard is still going to have 2 shadow points. And by the way, I apologize for all the many times I called him Reginald. I think I called him Reginald probably 30% of the time. So apologies, it's Reginard. But that happens when you're trying to run lore master and 4 different characters. So that was that stuff. And I think I covered all those things that they did there. Oh, his sword. That's one other thing was he named his sword Knee Biter, because basically all he did with his sword. So yeah. And so then with the undertakings, this is really the last thing, as I misread this. During an ordinary fellowship phase, the company as a group chooses 1 single undertaking. So you just have 1 undertaking during an ordinary fellowship phase. But then you also are entitled to choose 1 additional undertaking, selecting it among those that are listed as free based on the callings of the heroes. So to that end, what we ended up doing was we chose, first of all, we chose to write a song. So Reginard, who increased his singing ability, chose to write a song. So I wrote on here, traveling song written. And I won't go into that more right now, but basically he can use that traveling song at a later point. And I have a specific song in mind. It's basically an adaptation of a very, very well-known folk song that you would recognize if I sang it. And we'll see. If I don't feel too embarrassed or shy about it, I might sing it in a future session. But yeah, there's a traveling song that is now prepared. I won't say what it is at this point, but it's prepared to be used in the future. And then that was the single undertaking. But then for the free undertaking, we went ahead and just did study magical items. So with this, you choose this undertaking because Lôrwend is a treasure hunter. We could use that as our free undertaking. And we do it to learn all there is to be discovered about the qualities of all marvelous artifacts and wondrous items in the company's possession. So kind of a rich thing to do when we really just had one item to discover. But what that meant is that I put powers unlocked. So that makes sure that this knucklebone of King Argaleb II will actually be able to use it because we were able to actually go and study. So Lôrwend went and studied this and actually came back to Amlaith and was able to share with him what this ring is, or not ring, what this relic is and what it could be used for and sort of its powers. So that's what we kind of unlocked there. And that is the fellowship phase. I think that's literally it, and we're good to go. So thank you so much for watching this incredibly long video. Please don't make fun of me for having an over 4-hour video with an appendix. But I hope that you enjoyed, if you watched it or as much as you watched of it, I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that it was helpful. And please, again, if I got anything wrong, let me know. And if it helped you out, please let me know as well. And I hope you had a great time. So thanks again. Have a great day.